Dámy a pánové, jestli můžu poprosit o zaujetí míst. Tomáši. Tak, vidím, že všichni už jsou v sále. Vážený pane premiére, vážená paní
Dear
ministryně,
Prime Minister,
pane ministře,
dear ministers, excellencies, generals, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome you most cordially to the 10th Annual National Security Conference. Our security cannot be taken for granted. This year's conference is significant not only because it is the 10th edition, which was not even in our wildest dreams when we started, but mainly because of its content and the fact that it takes place in a year when the Czech Republic celebrates 30 years of its existence. We consider this jubilee to be very important because it is for the first time in modern history that the Czech Republic is commemorating 3 decades of sovereignty, freedom, democracy, a period that is unprecedented in its length, at least not in its modern history. And although my personal experience tells us that not everyone is fully aware of the fact that the last 30 years cannot be taken for granted, still many people perceive it as for granted, just like they do our security. And yet, as our own history since 1918 tells us, our security, freedom and sovereignty are connected vessels. And there is no clearer evidence of this than the second year of Russia's reckless aggression against Ukraine, which many people confidently claimed would never happen just days before it actually broke out. I am therefore very pleased to be able to thank the government of Prime Minister Petr Fiala and Defense Minister Jana Černochová for the political will to push through the historic Defense Spending Act. Because without this act, we cannot systemically build our defense capacities. And coincidentally, it was at the first edition of this conference in 2014 that all the then chairmen of political parties and movements from the Chamber of Deputies, with the exception of the Communist Party, signed the Declaration of Political Parties for the Defense and Security of the Czech Republic, where they committed to increasing the defense spending to 2% of GDP by 2021. They signed this document on the 15th anniversary of NATO membership. You can see 2 signatories who are here among us, Tomio Okamura and the then chairman of the Civic Democrats. And I am really pleased that today, after 9 years here, we can say that it became reality despite the very difficult economic situation that we are going through. And I am glad that the government found the courage to increase the defense spending. So I would like to thank them for their political will to do it, as well as to conclude the defense or security agreement with the US. And I would like to say that the 2% defense spending is money spent for the benefit of all citizens of the Czech Republic, because it is about our security. And as stated in the updated security strategy, defense is not just a matter for the army or the Ministry of Defense, but for the whole society, as we can now clearly see in the conflict in Ukraine. And the 2% of defense spending is not enough on its own, because at the same time we need to simultaneously build an effective security system that is able to use the funds efficiently. Security is not a commodity that can be simply bought. Security is a system that needs to be continuously created, protected, and improved. And on behalf of the organizers, I can say that we will be very happy if our conference contributes to this end, which traditionally takes place at a very high political and expert level. And hopefully it will contribute to this. After the opening remarks by the Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of Defense, we can look forward to very expert panels, expert topics, including the upcoming NATO summit in Vilnius, as well as the Czech aid to Ukraine, and last but not least, the new dynamic trend in artificial intelligence, or the role of satellite reconnaissance. And I would also like to welcome the commanders of the Texas and Nebraska National Guards, who will have their dedicated panel where we will evaluate 30 years of cooperation with the Czech army. And after lunch, we can look forward to a speech by President Petr Pavel and also the Commander-in-Chief, and also then the traditional political panel. The conference is being held under the auspices of the Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, Petr Fiala, First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of the Interior of the Czech Republic, Vít Rakušan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic, Jan Lipavský, and Minister of Defense of the Czech Republic, Jana Černochová. Finally, I would like to thank all the partners who made it possible for us to organize this distinguished event. So the main partner, Ministry of Defense of the Czech Republic, as well as general partners, Czechoslovak Group and Tata Trucks. Furthermore, the partners called CZ Group and Lockheed Martin, as well as Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, and the partner of the closing toast race service. Thanks. I would also like to extend our gratitude to Slido for technical support and to NATO Actuel, CZ, and CZ Defense for media support. And now I would like to pass the floor to Prime Minister Petr Fiala.
Dear ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me to the 10th edition of the conference titled Our Safety Cannot Be Taken for Granted. This is a traditional conference, and this is my second time as Prime Minister, but as you could see on all the pictures, I have visited this forum several times, including the very first edition. I'm talking about it because I consider this conference to be an exceptional meeting of politicians, experts, representatives of the defense industry, and all other people from the security community. I appreciate that we can openly discuss our estimates of the security situation development, and we can better than prepare for possible scenarios. Therefore, I would like to thank Zbigněk Pavlačík and the whole team of Jagello 2000 for their time and energy and passion that they regularly put into these events. And I would like to thank them for everything they do in the field of security policy and popularization of security issues, especially when it comes to explaining the role of NATO cooperation to the general public. Mr. Pavlacik was recently recognized for his efforts by the State Security Council, and I presented him with the award myself, so I want to congratulate him on that once again. Ladies and gentlemen, our meeting last year took place not long after the invasion of Ukraine, which was a very exceptional situation, and the atmosphere of this conference showed it. Suddenly, there was no need to convince anyone in the Czech Republic that the security is of high value, that it is in fact fragile, that is dependent on responsible decision-making and also on our international relations and reputation. These are things that people who meet at this conference have been saying for years, but until recently we have often encountered misunderstanding or even rejection. But that has changed with the return of war to Europe. Last year we discussed how best to prepare for different rounds of the then fresh conflict, how to remedy as quickly as possible what the Czech Republic has put off for too long. We addressed the question of how to coordinate effectively with our allies in Europe and across the Atlantic Ocean to best help Ukraine. A year later, that is today, we can say two things. Firstly, the situation on the front remains serious and is changing slowly, and that presents us with new risks. Secondly, the Czech Republic has so far managed to stand up very well in these new tests. As for the situation on the front, the Kremlin has failed to control a large part of Ukrainian territory, but on the other hand, the past year has shown that Russia is willing to go beyond all limits of humanity. The list of war crimes in Ukraine continues to grow and the cruelty escalates. I can recall attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure, bombing of hospitals, long-term threat to the safety of the Zaporozhye NPP, destruction of the Kachovka Dam, and the associated humanitarian and environmental disaster. And we could go on like this forever. The latest reports on the Ukrainian advance are cautiously optimistic. But it doesn't seem that the war is going to end anytime soon. On the contrary, we still face the scenario of a frozen conflict, and that might mean creating a center of a permanent security instability in Eastern Europe, and that is the region that is of extreme interest to us. This scenario would exhaust all parties involved in the long run, and that's why we, together with the international community, must contribute to averting it. Exhaustion is what threatens us most in today's situation, and I'm referring not only to exhaustion of the Ukrainian forces and the capacities that we can provide them with, but also of support and attention of Western countries. Nothing like that is going on right now, but there is a danger that the public support for the invaded country may soon lose its understanding, and we cannot accept that. The task for Western government is to do everything possible to prevent this situation. We have to remain united so that Russia is pushed back and that the resulting peace comes on terms that only the government of President Zelensky can determine. As for the second dimension of our experience over the past year, the dimension of our response to the deteriorating security situation in Europe, I'm pleased to say that the Czech Republic has responded correctly in all essential respects. We have begun to fix our biggest security weaknesses. We have proven time and time again that we are a valid and reliable member of the NATO area, and we continue to move in the right direction. I'm very pleased that our government has clearly agreed that we must invest more in the security of the Czech Republic, that it remains a crucial priority for us, even in difficult times when we face high deficits and also unprecedented inflation. And we have results of which I am proud as Prime Minister and which I would like to briefly mention here. The first area where we managed to do the right thing is defense spending. We could see the reminder of the promise that was delivered here, and I am glad that we are finally delivering on our promise. I do not have to remind you that we are fallen behind, and it lasted for years. And now we are finally delivering on our promise, and we will spend 2% of our GDP on defense. This promise is now backed by an act that was signed by the President of the Republic on the 7th of June, and we are only the third NATO country after Poland and Latvia that translates this commitment directly into legislation. And our defense forces thus can count on stable funding irrespective of the current political representation. This promised level of 2% of GDP should be reached by the Czech Republic next year, although originally we thought it would be in 2025. However, we have been continuously increasing defense spending since the beginning of our government. This year it accounts around 112 billion Czech crowns, which is 23 billion Czech crown more than last year. So we keep increasing defense spending on a continuous basis. The care we take in defense is evident. The modernization of the Czech army is finally in full swing. In recent years, the Ministry of Defense didn't have enough money, and the purchases and modernization of equipment was postponed. But we are done with this risk taking. We have agreed with Sweden that we'll get new infantry fighting vehicles, we'll get American helicopters, German tanks, both as part of international agreements on support for Ukraine. We have unblocked also the procurement of Czech L-39NG aircraft. We have secured arms supplies. It's much larger quantities that relates to small arms or 155mm guns. We accelerate delivery of everything we urgently need for defense and logistics. That is small and medium-sized transport aircraft, TDUS armored vehicles, just to ensure sufficient vehicle, trailer and loader capacity. We make sure that vehicles, helicopters, but also radars have good quality service and secure life cycle. As part of modernization, we systematically support involvement of high-end domestic industry in military procurement. In this way, we combine investment into future, that is investment in security, with investments in the domestic economy with high added value. This cooperation, ladies and gentlemen, cooperation with Czech companies is absolutely essential. and it is essential for the Czech government. We also support it within the context of deliveries abroad, and it is in our interest to deepen it even further. It is clearly true that the stronger the Czech defense industry is, the stronger, richer and safer our country will be. A key achievement of recent months has been the signing of a defense treaty with the United States. We should have had this long time ago. 24 NATO member states already have a similar bilateral agreement, including our neighbors. Its significance is well illustrated by the fact that the countries joining NATO this year are already negotiating a bilateral agreement with Washington. They are trying to have such a treaty concluded as soon as possible. So this is another thing that we have successfully remedied. The DCA, Defense Cooperation Agreement, sets out the rules in case we need it. The rules for the US forces to operate on our territory. The DCA covers jurisdiction, liability, tax obligations, logistics, and also other practical issues that is good to have sorted out in advance. It also lists Czech facilities and premises that can be used by US forces and the conditions under which this might happen. What the agreement does not establish, and that also needs to be said because there are many enemies and many adversaries to the DCA. So what this agreement does not establish is an automatic consent to the stay of US troops on our territory. This will be always decided by the parliament or the government exactly as prescribed by the constitution. So DCA is mutually beneficial. It gives both sides legal certainty and gives us a good basis for possible future negotiations on deepened cooperation. Therefore, the DCA is also a clear contribution to our security. An area of our security that was not taken for granted is the dimension related to energy security. Here, our government has taken specific steps, finally, to reach energy sovereignty of the Czech Republic. Because the insecurity, energy insecurity was too strong. We inherited this sector, it was not secured, and we came to change this situation. The purpose of this transformation is clear: to reduce our dependence on Russia, and with that also the risk of being blackmailed through gas or oil supplies by Russia. And although it is an extremely difficult journey, we have managed to secure the first crucial steps. That was to increase the capacity of the pipeline so that we could take oil from reliable partners. I can mention successful negotiations on the extension of the TAL pipeline, which brings oil to us from Italy via Germany and which should cover the Czech Republic's oil consumption starting from 2025. It was also securing gas from other sources than Russian. At the moment, the Czech gas storage tanks that will be used in winter are already more than 3/4 full. Very quickly, via chats, we secured capacity at the liquefied gas terminal in Eemshaven in the Netherlands. Later, other terminals in Germany will start their operation. Construction was much faster because we changed legislation at the European level and shortened the permitting processes. These new terminals will mean further expansion of energy resources for the Czech Republic, at least until we make progress in the overall transformation of the energy grid, construction of renewable energy sources, and the deployment of next-generation nuclear reactors. Yes, securing overall energy sovereignty will take years, but we are working on it, and we know exactly where we go from here. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the less rewarding tasks of a responsible politician is to repeat things that seem to be obvious. And I have learned that it's important, and that's why I will do it here as well. And I'll repeat some things that might seem to be obvious. If we want to be secure, we have to support readiness and credibility of our defense forces and invest in them sufficiently. If we are to remain among the safest and most secure countries in the world, we must not be afraid to do something about it. Our security depends directly on keeping the international order based on agreements that are respected. The superior protection that we have enjoyed for nearly a quarter of a century under the NATO is not for free. And we have to participate in it. And the security of our country depends on every single one of us. These are all seemingly self-evident truths, but we must never stop fighting for, and we must keep reminding ourselves of them. I would like to thank you all the members of the security community and participants of this conference, for contributing to this for so many years. Thank you very much.
Prime Minister, allow me to thank you not only for your opening remarks, but also for your very active approach and the approach of your government, not only to the Czech Republic security and defense. And now I would like to pass the floor to Minister of Foreign Affairs, Jan Lipavský.
Vážený pane premiére, vážená paní ministryně,
Dear Prime Minister,
dámy a pánové,
Minister of Defense, honorable generals, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to speak at the 10th annual conference with such a telling title.
dnes si již nikdo nepochybuje.
Today, there is no one that would doubt that our security
Opravdu málo kdo
is
pochybuje, že naše
for granted.
bezpečnost není zadarmo.
And very few people doubt that our security is not for free and that we must invest in it. The security strategy, which has been developed under the responsibility of the Foreign Ministry and in preparation of which other ministries actively participated, says this without any exaggeration. The text that is now going through an approval process is not and could not be a mere routine update or amendment. Firstly, because the security environment in Europe has fundamentally deteriorated. But also because through this strategy and with its help, we want to communicate to the public and also to our foreign partners and the professional community. And through this document, we want to communicate the fact that our security cannot exist in a vacuum. We are on the threshold of a period of global confrontation. We do not know what form it will take on. In open and hopefully understandable language, we hope that the government, through the security strategy, is going to say the following: that the Czech Republic is not safe due to the deteriorating international security environment, that it is China and above all Russia that are challenging the current international order based on rules and respect for international law and the interests of all and seeking to weaken the EU and NATO and the Western community. Hopefully it will also say that the membership in the North Atlantic Alliance and the European Union is of vital importance for the Czech Republic. And also, hopefully it will say that the Czech Republic and its citizens must be resilient and prepared for the possibility of the current situation further deteriorating. Part of the security strategy is also the assumption that if we invest in our security, both in terms of material and professional capacities, we will be able to ensure it together with our allies. The readiness of the state, its institutions and its citizens, and military strength are essential if we are to gain respect of our adversaries and the trust of our allies. And I'm sure we will hear a lot about it throughout today's conference. But as Minister of Foreign Affairs, I want to focus on another key component of the nation's security system, which is the Foreign Service. Because it is diplomacy that alerts us to risky developments abroad, shapes the long-term environment conducive to advancing our vital interests, and builds the alliances and partnerships that create a critically important network of countries committed to defending freedom, democracy, and an international order which is not governed from the position of strength, but by the power of international law. It is not insignificant whether 150 countries condemn Russia for its aggression against Ukraine in the UN General Assembly or only 90 countries do so. It does matter whether Russia is active and influential in international organizations or, on the contrary, is being pushed out of them thanks to the coordinated efforts of Western diplomacy, including our very active diplomacy. It does matter whether Russia and China are given the chance to significantly influence the work of the UN agencies involved in setting standards in the field of telecommunications, new technologies and the Internet, which will fundamentally affect our lives in the decades to come. The resilience of the international order to the influence of those who want to change or destroy it will also depend on whether we are able to explain our positions to the countries of Africa and Asia, whether we can win them over to our side, whether we will be able to prevent Russia and China from weakening our ties with the countries of the Western Balkans, the Eastern Partnership and elsewhere. It's a question of renewing old relationships and establishing new ones. It's about explaining our positions, about strengthening energy and raw material security, and weakening our dependence on a single supplier for a number of critical minerals that are the cornerstone of a successful green transition. It is true that we have neglected much in this regard over the past years. But also we have already remedied much of it and are still trying to catch up. The MFA is not gutted, as one of my predecessors said. But getting the MFA to where we want it to be, where we need it to be, is a long haul. Diplomacy requires investment and time. You don't train a top diplomat or ambassador or a special envoy in a month. You don't train them overnight, and you can't build relationships overnight. So investing in a country's defense and investing in its foreign service are two sides of the same coin. Let us look around. I'll give you a few examples from abroad, because trends in Europe are a proof of this. France is increasing its defense budget by almost 1/3, but it has also approved a 20% increase in funding for diplomacy. Ukraine, which is heroically resisting Russian aggression, plans to open 10 new diplomatic offices in Africa to counter the Russian diplomatic offensive in sub-Saharan Africa. And Estonia, a country of less than 1.5 million, has appointed ambassadors with special missions for 5 African countries and plans to open its first office in sub-Saharan Africa. Poland opens an embassy in Rwanda and increases its engagement on the continent soon. So I could go on and on like this. Even from a global perspective, the world is not becoming a safer place. In fact, it is quite vulnerable. A pandemic of COVID, advancing climate change, and debt traps are worsening this trend. The result is further risk to our security. Development assistance and humanitarian aid therefore play an important and traditional role in mitigating these risks. The Czech Republic is one of the welfare countries on the planet and has repeatedly claimed responsibility for helping the weaker ones. These promises must be fulfilled. They are one of the cornerstones of our credibility on the international stage. And our government continues strong tradition of defending human rights and promoting democracy. It is one of the best that the Czech Republic can present itself to the world, but it is also an effective tool for strengthening our security. States that violate the fundamental rights of their people are inherently a greater security threat to other countries and to the international community as a whole. Russia, China, Venezuela, Myanmar, and Iran are a proof of this. Last month, the Czech Republic announced its candidacy for the UN Security Council for the years 2032 to 2033. And the Czech Republic is saying that it wants to play its part in solving the world's problems. This is an extremely important and prestigious post, regardless of Russia's current efforts to paralyze and abuse the work of UN. The election into the Security Council is still a long way ahead, a long way off, but we are already activating our network of contacts that I believe will help us win the seat in 8 years' time. The period when Europe could reap a peace dividend and neglect to invest in its security is over. The aggression against Ukraine is a brutal, but only one aspect of imperialist Russia's relationship with Europe, the West, and the entire free and democratic world. We all hope and will do our utmost to see Ukraine prevail. But regardless, we will not have normal relations with Russia for a long time to come. A mere change in Russian leadership will not be enough to abandon our policy of containment and international isolation of Russia. Only a deeper transformation of Russian society and a resignation to confrontation with its neighbors and the West will enable us to build a new, friendly relationship with Russia and to establish a security architecture in Europe based on cooperation and mutual trust. Until then, Russia, unfortunately, will be a direct threat to the whole of Europe. The idea of change through trade has not worked in the case of Russia. And I'm afraid it will not work in case of China either. So we have to accept the fact that the world's second largest economy is increasingly becoming a systemic rival, a challenge, and in some areas even a threat. Even given its weight in the international system, it does not make sense to talk about decoupling right now. We have to work on drastically reducing dependence on China where it may threaten our strategic interests. This too will be an investment into our future security. The MFA and its diplomats are an integral part of the security apparatus of the Czech Republic and have to stand ready and be equipped to help fight for security and prosperity of the Czech Republic. And I am counting on your support in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, not only for your speech that fits very well into the official opening of this conference, that security is not only about defense systems, but also it includes diplomacy. And now I would like to invite Jana Černochová, Minister of Defense of the Czech Republic. Dear Prime Minister, Minister Generals, friends, colleagues, partners from the defense community, as you've heard from the previous speakers, right now the title of this conference is more true than ever. For over a year, Russia is trying to destroy an independent country. Ukraine is threatening also other countries in Central Europe. I would like to stress out that our security cannot be taken for granted, as Prime Minister has said. And these words also characterize the attitude of our government, of Prime Minister Petr Fiala government. And I hope that the reasonable part of our society is well aware of that there is a huge debt originating in the past. Ukraine is fighting. Ukrainians have defended or freed more than half of the occupied territory, but they pay daily for that. Russian aggressors commit more and more war crimes, and that's why I am glad that the Czech Republic could also contribute to the fact that as part of our military police, we have sent out a team to the group of investigators under the Hague Tribunal. We cannot forget that Ukraine is also fighting for us and for our security. And I am proud that the Czech Republic, together with the allies, has faced this aggression. We were the first country to supply Ukraine with tanks, helicopters, howitzers, and other types of military equipment. And also we are one of the largest providers of humanitarian and financial and military support. I would like to thank the armed forces and Lieutenant General Karel Řehka for doing the following task. He actually reviewed what we can supply to Ukraine without threatening our own defense capabilities. And we have agreed with the Chief of the General Staff that the list that we have and that we follow will be further reviewed. And what can be sent to Ukraine will be sent there. Huge thanks go to all the citizens of the Czech Republic who also contribute a lot. The Czech Republic is the only country in the world where citizens actually decided to collect funding and bought the tank called Tomáš. Thank you very much, Tomáš Kopečný. We know that the name of the tank is related to you, and thank you for the project that is supported by many of us sitting here. I also appreciate that we have not succumbed to the illusion of appeasement, because that would only invite aggressor for further actions. We started supporting our defense, wishing peace and supporting Ukraine. The Czech Republic is lucky to be able to rely on its allies within the NATO. It is a must for us. Being part of the system of collective security gives us guarantees, security guarantees, but it also requires responsibility. In order to be able to use the benefits of the collective system, we need to be a reliable ally, and that means that we have to contribute sufficiently to the NATO defense. The willingness to provide support support is related to the willingness of us to go and help others, to ride for free could become fateful for us. The main line of common defense is at the west wing of NATO. The Czech Republic actively contributes to defense. Our armed forces are active in Latvia, in Lithuania, and also in Slovakia. We are intensively getting ready to be able, if need be, to help if any of the allies are attacked. The Czech Republic is also responsible for defense of its own territory, and we cannot succumb to the idea that we are safe, as we are not at the external borders of NATO, as there are systems that can easily overcome the distance. And providing for our defense, first of all, requires that we work diligently, mainly within our country. We need to be able to fulfill the role of a transit country or host country, and that means lots of preparation in terms of planning and organization and building the needed infrastructure. The tasks that we face are not easy. They require lots of efforts, funding, and strong nerves as well. The key elements are mainly people, finances, and modern equipment. People taking care of securing our defense need to be competent, motivated, and we have to have enough of them in terms of numbers. Defense and security is a task for the whole security, the war in Ukraine shows to us. I want to present to the government a new defense strategy that will be based on the security strategy as mentioned by Minister Libavsky. I consider one thing of key importance, and that is the stress on a wide involvement of the whole society, because without that, defense is not possible. And I'm not talking only about the armed forces of the Czech Republic, about volunteers, but I'm talking in general about the society. This conference is closely linked to securing funding for security. You know that in 2014 we declared that until 2020 we will spend 1.4% of GDP on defense, on security, and that was not sufficient. And my task ever since I became minister was to secure 2% of GDP and to stabilize large modernization projects. These were the objectives that we set as the government, and I consider it to be the highest priority. And I am pleased that as we approved a special act, this priority was also approved by the Parliament and also by the Czech President. And last week, on Thursday and Friday, I could actually finally say that the Czech Republic is going to reach 2% of GDP on defense spending in 2024. We know there is a key summit in Vilnius upcoming, and also during various meetings of defense ministers of NATO countries, we heard that 2% is the minimum level. And we know about countries that right now strive for 4% or 5%. We try to be successful also in the modernization of the Czech army. After many years of not moving ahead, we started working. Sometimes it's not easy. A month ago, the government approved purchase of 246 infantry fighting vehicles, CV-90. And by 40%, also the Czech industry will participate in that. The first Leopard 2 tanks arrived to the Czech Republic, and in July we also expect the arrival of first Viper helicopters. Some of these materials was provided as donations, and this is a proof that our allies appreciate our support to Ukraine. The Czech army also received the first Titus vehicle, and finally we will have the new radars included. Also the Howitzer, Caesar Howitzer will be included, and there are more projects in the pipeline. We would not be able to do that if we would do it alone, and that's why we actively build relations with our partners and allies. On the 23rd of May, with Defense Secretary Austin, I signed a DCA between the Czech Republic and the USA. That is a proof of high level of relations with the most important allies. The DCA will allow us to have more intensive practical cooperation between the Czech and the US armed forces. It is not just a technical agreement, but it is an important element in strengthening our own defense capabilities. Also, it is a political declaration of where we stand, who are our friends, and with whom we want to cooperate in the future. This is a fact, and there might be people who might not like it. Also, the US donation amounting to 6.6 billion Czech crowns from the foreign military funding program is a proof of these extremely good relations. We really appreciate it, and we will use this amount to modernize our defense systems. You know, we know that Russia will keep trying to attack the DCA and also other contacts, but I'm a person who does not give up easily, and I'm ready to complete the ratification process so that the DCA is ratified within several weeks, as we are the 24th country that will have such a type of agreement, and it does not say or doesn't change Article 43 of the Czech Constitution, as the presence of any foreign armed forces is the issue decided by the Parliament of the Czech Republic. So we will do everything possible not to become again a Russian colony. If President Putin wanted to prove something by his aggression in Ukraine, he actually became one of the best recruiters of new member states in the NATO, and he also speeded up the modernization of our armies. This is going to remain the memento when the war is ended, and we all want to see the end of this war as soon as possible, with Ukraine winning, and I don't have to stress that here. Let me tell something more. defense is a never-ending effort. We always need to respond quickly to poor security situation that is caused by the Russian aggression, but we also have to remedy all the faults that were made in the past. It is a task for all of us, for the whole society, not only for the Ministry of Defense. But if we keep our good job and keep supporting our defense capabilities, the Czech Republic will be ready and will remain a secure country. Thank you very much for your attention. I would like to thank Zbigněk Pavlačík for organizing this conference and similar events, as his company is an example of the fact that you can talk about security and defense not only with experts but also with the general public, and it is the best way how to explain certain steps of us politicians to the general public. And I would like to say on behalf of the Ministry of Defense, thank you. Our security cannot be taken for granted.
Dovolte mi také paní ministryni poděkovat a
Thank you, Minister. Maybe a brief remark. If the delegation is not going to the Vilnius summit, NATO summit, they can say that 2% GDP defense spending was something that we last reached back in 2004. And during the past editions of this conference, we were lobbying in the right sense of the word for keeping the defense spending at the level that it was around 2012 or 13, which was actually much less than 2%. It was some 40 billion Czech crowns, and we wouldn't even dream of actually once having it to 140 billion Czech crowns. And now I would like to pass the floor to Lieutenant General Karel Řehka, Chief of the General Staff of the Czech Armed Forces. Dear Prime Minister, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, by way of introduction, I would like to thank Zbigněk Pavlačík, Jagelo, and everyone who contributed to organizing this conference for not only doing their job, but also for inviting me. And I would like to say that the work that you are doing is very important. As Sigmund Freud said, one discovers truth by going from one mistake to another. For a long time, we have not paid attention to security as it deserved. We didn't give enough efforts or resources to defense. We have succumbed to the fallacy of deferred need. We ignored the Great Warning Period and failed to respond to the wake-up call from Crimea, thinking we were not in danger in Europe. It was convenient not to talk about it, and it is still not a popular topic today. Nobody had the courage to come forward when the army was in a bad state and was critically underfunded. And I have been criticized for drawing attention to the Russian threat, but I believe it is important and I will continue to do so. We must prepare for the risk of a major conflict, and we must do so precisely because we want to prevent it and avoid it. The only way to do so is to defer effectively. To do this, we must build up a strong defense so that a potential aggressor understands that the aggressor has no chance of success, and then the cost would be too high. And we need to be consistent in this. And I mean us, the Czech Republic, as part of NATO alliance. I believe that we have learned our lessons and we take defense seriously now. The era of limited national defense is over. Gone are the days of lying to ourselves ourselves that capabilities written on paper are real. Gone are the days of downplaying the threats. Gone is the time when we considered defense spending as a gift to the military or even a waste of money. Defense spending is a society's investment in its own security and therefore also its prosperity, because without security there is no prosperity. I would like to emphasize what the Prime Minister mentioned as well, and the Minister. I would like to say that defense spending is something that we do not consider to be for granted, and we, as the soldiers, very much appreciate the resolve of the current government, despite all the difficulties of current times, to invest in the military, in the army. And I must tell you that it's amazing for us, because that's not something that we were used to before. The threat is real, the adversary is real, and the defenses must be also real. We cannot keep people in the dark of ignorance, downplay the threat, and not talk about what is happening. Our fellow citizens are then rightly shocked because they have not heard any of this for the last 30 years. They discover that we have something like universal conscription and wonder whether, in a real crisis, should one occur, the state would run out of resources and the whole society would need to be involved in defense of the country. This conference brings together people who have often been involved in security all their lives. And it is the common duty or shared duty of all of us to improve the situation in this regard. If you do not come out of our bubble and talk openly about defenses, step out of our comfort zone and talk about unpleasant things, we will continue to be misunderstood. This is also related to building resilience. If the word mobilization or stating the obvious fact that the war cannot be completely ruled out in the future causes panic in society, we are asking for such a society to really collapse in a serious crisis. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let's face it. Let's say it clearly that there is no room for compromise left. What we need today is action, real action. Let's get serious about defense. We're asking for trouble. And let's remember, what do we have our army for? Our army is here to fight, and if it doesn't fight, to prepare to fight. That's why we need army. That's where army is indispensable. But at the same time, we also realize that defense is not just about army, but about the entire resilient society ready to defend itself. In order to have a well-functioning army, we need to have all parts of the society and state administration to be strong. But we cannot also forget strong diplomacy, which often tells soldiers about the threats and sets the preconditions for success, as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs mentioned. So what are we, soldiers, doing about that? In the military and in North Atlantic Treaty Organization, we work on it every day. New defense plans and a new force model is being prepared. The aim is to effectively deter the adversary, to be realistically prepared for all scenarios, to have immediately feasible and regularly practiced plans for which we have adequate forces at a high level of readiness. Adaptation is needed, and in the event of aggression, the ability to adapt and react immediately. If we want an army to have these capabilities, or if we want our army to have these capabilities, it cannot be under-resourced. Without exaggeration, we are testing and revising our plans from morning to night, and we are working on a new concept of the army until 2035. The aim is to have an army that will be adequate for the implementation of the new security and defense strategy of the Czech Republic. What's absolutely crucial is the current giant modernization wave of the Czech army that should give, as a result of which the army acquires a range of new capabilities, such as new guns, tracked and wheeled infantry fighting vehicles, tanks, engineers, helicopters, radars, air defense systems, and enhanced command and control capabilities. Our country has to spend a lot of money on this. The pace is high, and I'm really glad for that. but it is still just catching up with the debts of the past. But we must not be stuck in the past. We must also look into the future, take into account new technologies, and that's what we are doing. The classic example is the fifth-generation aircraft. If it is acquired, for the first time in modern history, the army will require advanced technology that is already at the cutting edge of technology at the time of its acquisition. Yes, it would be a big leap forward and a challenging fight for soldiers, infrastructure and related technologies and their integration. But that's always been the case. This advanced technology is also a great opportunity for transformation, modernization and progress. And that's what we want it to be used for. Our vision and concept envisages the integration of new technology, integration into other systems, digitization of the battlefield, and the deployment of breakthrough technologies, especially artificial intelligence, to support command and control. Alongside modernization and the development of future capabilities, our goal must be force with an unprecedented level of readiness and immediately implementable plans to deploy. I have an absolute trust here in the professionalism of our soldiers, and I believe in the strength of our society and the future of our country. As a citizen, I was proud of the way the entire country stood up to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and I'm proud of our military for our ability to effectively help. I'm sure that in the event of a serious crisis, there would be hundreds of thousands of Czechs who would volunteer to stand up to defend themselves, to defend our country, as has happened many times before in our history. As a nation, we have always been able to unite at important moments. We have political support and public confidence in the military, and we appreciate it. Yet we often find ourselves in incomprehensible situations. How is it possible that it takes such a long time to acquire some technologies? So by the time we actually acquire it, they are already outdated. How come that, acquiring something so simple, such as soldiers' ballistic protection or a tactical backpack, is a project that we cannot conclude for several years? The days when we were in the thrall to red tape and excuses must come to an end. Society entrusts us with public resources, and it is up to us to handle it adequately. We must not be captives of a system that can completely paralyze us. That is not efficient or responsible. It is stupid. If we want to avoid a meaningless burden on the state budget in the future, we should stop underestimating defense and invest in it regularly and steadily, as any sensible person does with their assets. Then we will not have to buy military materials in the times of crisis when it is expensive, scarce, and we have to wait for it for a long time. It is then too late to start preparing in time of crisis, and it is the worst way to go. But by way of conclusion, I would like to emphasize that despite all the challenges that we face, I am an optimist, and I'm a great optimist. We have a well-trained and committed military. The budget is growing. The new Defense Spending Act makes it predictable for us for the first time to plan in terms of our military equipment and acquisition. So now all we have to do is just to preserve and to hang on. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Karel Řehka. So that concludes the opening contributions. And I would like to add that those 2% is not the only thing that is important. Political will is also important, because without the political will, you cannot use these funds. Recently, we have remembered Anthropoid, and it was not enough to have paratroopers, but also the political will of our government in exile to use them. So thank you very much, Prime Minister, Ministers, Chief of Staff. Several times we heard also about Ukraine, which is the topic of the first panel. I would like to ask the moderator, Václav Bartuška, and the two speakers, and we are all aware that Prime Minister and Minister of Defense would have to leave us due to their other engagements. Thank you.
Dobrý den, posaďte se prosím.
Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Even the former prime ministers could stop talking.
Dámy a pánové, máme za sebou pozorodný rok.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have experienced an exceptional year. When we talked a year ago, and that was the second week of war, many people would say that without Russian gas we will freeze in winter, that there will be huge difficulties because of the lack of Russian oil. But we managed this situation, and I have two panelists who will talk about Ukraine and impact on society. The first one is Tomáš Kopečný, who talked last year wearing a T-shirt, "I do not need a right, I need an ammunition," which was the slogan of President Zelensky. Today he is here as a governmental envoy for the reconstruction of Ukraine. The floor is yours. Good morning, dear generals, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to speak here a year later on the same topic, and that is how we can support Ukraine and what is going on in Ukraine. I would like to actually briefly sum up the situation, what has changed since the last edition of this conference, and also I would like to focus on the topic of reconstruction of Ukraine. I'll start by saying that the last time when we met here, the Prague Castle, it was a one-topic discussion as far as support of Ukraine was concerned, and that was military support. Since then, the portfolio of cooperation and support has widened. Military support remains the most important topic. Only thanks to supply of arms, ammunition, Ukrainian defenders are able to withstand the Russian aggression. And the topic of reconstruction of damaged parts of Ukraine is not widening, but it's almost a year since the first conference on reconstruction of Ukraine took place in Lugano, and it was during this large-scale invasion. And tomorrow we are leaving with Minister Lipavsky to London for the second edition of this conference. And the focus of these conferences actually quite well reflects the shift. Last year the discussion was more general, and there was the definition of regions and partners. The Czech Republic wanted to take care of the Dnipropetrovsk region. So it was a discussion more or less about the concept. But this year's discussion is dedicated to specific topics on how to start with large-scale reconstruction of Ukraine. This year's conference in London is dedicated to how to make the Ukrainian market more attractive during the war and after the war for investors and for the private businesses. The Czech Republic was the first country to supply ammunition, tanks, rocket launchers, and other type of equipment, but also humanitarian aid needed in Ukraine. So last year we only focused on one topic, and now I would like to focus on several sectors that the fast reconstruction focuses on, as these are the areas of focus of Russian aggression. Since last spring, and Russian rockets would not be destroying military infrastructure, but Ukrainian hospitals, kindergartens and schools. Ever since autumn, it was the critical power infrastructure, distribution station, transformers, etc. And thirdly, and logically, as in every war, the transport infrastructure suffers. So these are the three main sectors of focus of the Czech support. It's healthcare, transport, and power industry. The Czech Republic has identified not only specific projects in these areas, but also track record of what we managed to do. So we were the first country to deliver heavy equipment, heavy military equipment, but also pontoon bridges and heavy construction bridges. We were the first country to send out our doctors. Last year, we would accept Ukrainian patients here in the Czech Republic, but we decided that we want to help a larger number of patients in Ukraine and also to utilize the experience with the wounds from a military conflict from Czech doctors. As part of the G7 platforms, we also prepared many projects in the area of energy, generation units, or gas units, or reconstruction of water infrastructure. So these are the areas in which the Czech Republic actively participates. And what is so important for the future, so that despite the tiredness that we are experiencing, the project of reconstruction of Ukraine is successful. The main challenge is to make the reconstruction of Ukraine attractive for the private capital, to have it attractive for Czech and global companies that will see their future there, as without you cannot find a market with 40 million inhabitants, a market that will be strongly supported by the European Development Bank, the World Bank, WHO, and many other organizations. These organizations have programs ready with dozens of billions of dollars. The overall need is hundreds of billions of dollars, and the difference will be whether we will manage to start up the Ukrainian market, not as a place for endless subsidies and grants. And that's all from me, and I look forward to discussion. Tomáš Bojar, the National Security Advisor. I have 5 points I want to share with you, points that are about the fact that Ukraine is a huge opportunity, and we should look at it as an opportunity, and we have already partially done it, and hopefully we'll keep that. It was not our choice, the war was not our choice, it was Vladimir Putin who started it. But we should use this opportunity. The first opportunity is as follows. We could identify our country as a firm member of the West, where we belong. we could also show our leadership through our actions. We helped to other countries to start acting. And I'm talking about the UK, USA, and Germany in the first place, and that was just a 10 million country that did it. The second opportunity is the modernization of the Czech army that was mentioned here several times. I believe that in 5 years the Czech Republic army will look totally different as far as its equipment is concerned. As well, fortunately, there was some procurement in the recent times. Some of the key agreements have been concluded by the previous government, but this war is a huge impulse to make a leap ahead. And we are succeeding. Not all the decisions have been made, but we are on a very good path. So we can actually thank Vladimir Putin for that. It is a huge opportunity for the Czech defense industry. It is an opportunity for the domestic defense industry, also for the defense industry in Ukraine and in the world. Russia has 20% of the market, of the global market, that it cannot touch. There will be no vacuum. The vacuum will be immediately taken, and it's in our interest that this vacuum is taken also by the Czech Republic. We should not leave it up to our enemies, and we should also actively be involved in that.
After all, it's a great opportunity for us to learn how the state can cooperate with business and the defense industry and vice versa. Because in the current world, in the globally interconnected world, states slightly have lost their sovereignty and need to cooperate with the industry, which to some extent has a relationship with the country, is connected to the country. Without that, we will lag behind, and we will lag behind the trends that are happening anyway. And it is now evident that over the past year that it is possible for the state to cooperate with the defense industry, and that it is positive, and we should continue this way in the future as well. It is also an opportunity for the Czech economy as such. So, but Tomáš already mentioned it, talked about it, so I do not want to dwell on details. But there's another dimension, which is the Ukrainian labor force in the Czech Republic. It's a huge opportunity for us, because we need foreign workers, foreign labor force. We cannot do without it, because we would have much larger issues. And Ukrainians are very diligent, they are culturally close to us, they are educated. So we cannot imagine better labor force than the Ukrainians for the Czech labor market. So let's be grateful for that. And all the debates that we are having, or that we will have in the future regarding migration trends or migration flows, or stopping illegal or irregular migration. Of course, these debates are not always easy, but let's hope that Ukrainians will like our country, will like to come here and work here, and will feel good working here in the Czech Republic, and thus also contribute to our economy, as well as our budget and our pensions as well. The Czech society, I think, stood the test of the difficult last year. Of course, it's not the end. Of course, we can become, let's say, tired. But the first year, we did good. Generally speaking, we did good. And let's not be disappointed. Let's not say that we have, okay, maybe 10 or 20% of population who have a different opinion. Let's talk to them. Let's argue. Let's have a conversation. Let's be open to dialogue with them. But let us not paralyze ourselves by the fact that 10% of the Czech population traditionally for the past 100 years is a pro-Russian. has pro-Russian stance. If you look at the latest opinion polls, basically they copy the past 100 years, the 100-year tradition of the views of Czech society. And you can have, half empty, half full approach to that. And I think the glass is half full. And when we look at our neighboring countries, I think we are doing actually well. And I don't mean only Slovakia, who's really facing issues, but let's look into Germany, let's look into other countries, Italy and other countries. I think we stood the test of time, or the test of the last year, and we should do our best to continue this way. We should use the opportunities that come our way and approach the Russian invasion as an opportunity. Because if we don't look at it as an opportunity, we will lose or be weaker in the end. Thank you. Organizers gave us time for 2 questions. Is there anyone in the audience who has the courage to ask a question? Okay, the first question will be mine, and then Mr. Landowski. So, Tomáš Pojar. How will the Czech society, handle the success? Are we able to admit to ourselves that we are successful, that we succeeded in something, or are we too critical to ourselves? Well, we are very critical and skeptical as a nation. And we, being critical and being pessimistic. It's part of our nature. But at the same time, I think that we can be optimistic. And the past year proved us right in this regard, because I think, generally speaking, the society accepted the fact of the current situation. Let's compare our society, or let's look where we were on the 15th of February last year, and which one of you here in this hall would think that we would be able to react in such a way as we did? We, as a Czech society, as a European society, as NATO, as all individual countries. Of course, there might be exceptions, but these exceptions, there are always exceptions to the rule. But back then, last year, no one would be able to say that we were going to handle the crisis so well. And no one was able to predict how the Czech society or the European society or the transatlantic society would react. And no one was able to predict how the Czech society would react to such an influx of refugees. Because everyone back then said that if we have 5 or 10,000 refugees from Ukraine coming here in 3 weeks, that the system would collapse. But 300,000 Ukrainian refugees came, and the system stood. And the system prevailed. And I would never have imagined that the first train of military equipment, of tanks, would leave for Ukraine only 10 days after the start of the war. And I wouldn't have never guessed that 5 or 6 days after the invasion, the EU would decide to fund sending of weapons to Ukraine. No one would have guessed. If I had said it, let's say on the 23rd of February last year, if someone said that a year ago, they would have been considered to be insane. So thank you, Vladimir Putin. Thank you for that. Thank you for showing us that, our preservance, a sense of preservance or self-preservation, our sense of self-preservation actually exists, that we have it in ourselves. And Vladimir Putin managed to wake up our sense of self-preservation, not only in the Czech Republic, but in all Western countries. And none of the skeptical predictions that claimed that we would not be able to send military equipment or weapons to Ukraine proved to be wrong, at least for now. Today, we are sending the most weapons to Ukraine ever. After 15 or 16 months of conflict, of course, it's a question where we would be a year from now, where Ukraine would be a year from now, or Russia. But just the fact that we've achieved so much so far is something that we should be proud of. We should be proud of as Czechs that we contributed to this development. And we contributed to it. And let's face it, and it's not just about Ukrainian labor force, about those who already work here and pay into our pension and healthcare system, but it's also about the hundreds or tens of millions Czech crowns that came into Czech companies so that we can buy military equipment to be sent to Ukraine. Of course, we donated something to Ukraine because Ukrainians are fighting on our behalf, because we need to accelerate the modernization. But we've received much more than we actually gave. And that's only how we can continue our support in the long term, because I think that the entire society, key players, companies, they are aware of it. They are fully aware of the fact that it is not only right, but it is also advantageous. Thank you. Jakub Landowski, question. Thank you for very inspirational speeches and contributions. If we want to finance the expansion, let's say to the markets freed by the Russian Federation, how can we convince banks to provide funding for such expansions, and how can we convince them to start viewing the military capital in a different light and see the benefits for the entire society? Well, although I am a moderator, even banks want to earn money, want to make profit. And we Europeans are good at lying to ourselves. All the LNG terminals that we finished are ready for the green hydrogen. They are hydrogen ready, which, if you allow, is a nonsense. But it allowed for public support of these projects. They built these terminals in just a few months. If we are in trouble, we can do the impossible, just like Tomáš Bojar said. And the banks, they can call it whatever they want. They can call the defense industry whatever they want. But they want to make profit, and if they see the opportunity, they will go for it.
I will actually follow up on where Václav stopped. Well, the basic limit of the current approach related to ESG and taxonomy is based on pressures of large investors and large funds that, of course, want the investments to correspond to the ideas and values of the stakeholders investing the money. What could be the motivation for the banks? Well, the legislative framework within the European taxonomy that would either in the social or environmental area would allow banks to have more than 5% of defense portfolio, and that's a political decision. At the moment, when the Putin's aggression started on the 24th of February, several northern banks, specifically Swedish banks, actually changed their position 180 degrees. That was focused in the past on some ethical issues. So it was the defense industry was in the same tariff group as fossil fuels or tobacco. So it is a political debate, and it has to be a political decision that manufacture of military materials to defend Europe is not harmful. If it's like that, it will not get into the tariffs that consequentially lead the banks to exclude it from their portfolio or give it only 5% share. And I leave aside the global rules and the global objectives that we have until 2030, 2035, the UN goals. We cannot reach there, but where we can reach are the EU taxonomy rules. And saying that these products are actually beneficial to the society as they protect our existence. And the last comment by Tomáš. Well, I was an optimist, but in this particular area, I'm not a big optimist. A year and a half ago, and that is before the invasion in autumn, there were serious discussions about taxonomy on about arms, and there were discussions that tanks would use either electricity or hydrogen. The machinery was starting, but it stopped because of Putin. But I'm not sure whether it stopped forever. As for taxonomy and the banking industry and private funding, there will always be a huge role of the state, and it will always be a problem, and the pressures will not cease to exist. And it will be similar to nuclear energy. The fight that we have with nuclear energy that does not emit CO2 and the constant barriers that we see through taxonomy, through banks, and that prevent building any new nuclear source. I think that in long term in Europe, not in the US, you are okay in the US, but here in Europe we'll fight the same trends, and we need to get ready. And these are sort of invisible processes. And when you have systematic lobby working on these topics, we shouldn't be angry with them, but we should be as passionate as they are to prevent that. There is no other way. So I believe that the big question is how in general in Europe it will be acceptable and what kind of mechanisms we are going to have to support nuclear energy, to support other energy sources that are not known yet, and to support so that we can invest without any barriers into our own defense and security. But it's not lost. That's optimism, but we will still need Putin for a while. Thank you very much. I was asked by the organizers to introduce the next panel, so it will be Daniel Bagge who will bring his guests. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dobré stále dopoledne, dámy a pánové.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying for the next panel with the topic artificial intelligence. It is my honor to be the moderator of this panel, and I would like to start by saying that you will not learn what artificial intelligence is, but you will learn lots of interesting things. My name is Daniel Bage, and I am the strategist of the military intelligence of the Czech Republic, and I have two members of this panel that will comment their view on artificial intelligence in defense application and what is the impact for our security. One of the members of panelists is Ladislav Štal, who works at NATO headquarters, and the second one is Jerry Javornický, who is the director and founder of Space No. I will ask the gentlemen to introduce themselves and also to talk briefly about their role in the area of artificial intelligence. Hello, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, Minister General. My name is Ladislav Štal, and right now I work at the NATO headquarters in Brussels as SPEI, ISR and security advisor. Also, I am involved in the development of capabilities in space ISR, and I'm responsible for development of strategic documents related to intelligence support of the space domain. Why AI and how is AI linked to myself? The space intelligence is the area that is well suited for the application of AI. We are talking about AI that are to analyze images or those systems that are to give tasks to satellite based on the needs. Thank you. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jerry Javornický. I am the CEO of Space No. Our company has been developing a software product for over 10 years that is able to collect data from satellite sensors and then use AI to do automated analysis. We monitor over 250,000 locations, and we then analyze the data and give our customers know what is going on at these sites. We have prepared a brief video for you, or a sample of what we do, and we'll show you what we do now, what was not possible to do 5 years. So it will be a short demo of what can be seen by satellite technologies, and AI experienced the largest boom in the past 30 years, and our company Space No is part of it. Thank you. I will follow up by saying that yesterday evening there was an expert panel organized, or expert discussion, with the presence of the top security community representatives. Also, there was the public sector included, and the outputs of this discussion was that all stakeholders see AI differently, but they all know that we should get ready for it, but the state doesn't know what to do. And the state believes that the public sector is just a service provider or technology provider, but it has also become a partner for discussion about technological development. I want to ask both of you, why do you think that this important security conference has a representative from the NATO headquarters and also a representative of a private company that actually provides data to its customers? Why is it? Well, it's because the cooperation between the public and private sector, and it doesn't matter whether it's the state or NATO, is of key importance for the future. If I take the example of space ISR, we can say the exponential growth in the number of devices that are used in space at various heights. And hand in hand, we have the number or the volume of data that is collected from that space. So right now, we cannot analyze in real time the data by human sources. So we get to the situation when I would say that the game changer would be the use of AI, for example, in order to analyze the satellite images, as the volume of data also means that there is a need to immediately use the data for decision-making processes and for the military activities as such. I have also one more comment related to NATO. Earlier this year, about 18 countries signed an agreement that talks about ABSS, and the main objective of this agreement is to aggregate capabilities of satellites, of national elements and also commercial elements into one virtual constellation that will serve the needs of ACO as such. And hand in hand, there will be the creation of individual AI applications. That's the ABSS, the initiative that will need to be aggregated with the support of the private sector. I believe that cooperation between the public and private sectors is a topic that has been neglected for a while, and AI and its development in 90% is based on the private sector. We can see it in the USA and in other countries where there are huge investments into AI. Our state, our government needs to learn how to do it so that the public and private sectors are able to speak the same language.
Thank you. I would like to come back to what Mr. Stahl mentioned, namely the fact that the volume of data and the speed of data flows are so high that human capacities are not enough, or that are not sufficient. It does not mean that human expertise will be replaced, but let's say it will be moved to added value analysis, and many of the satellite images will be analyzed automatically. So what does it mean? It doesn't mean that we should that now someone decided that we should be faster, but it's following the pressure from the private sector that we should accelerate our activities in this regard. Because if we don't catch up, we'll simply start lagging behind, and we won't have a way to analyze these satellite images any longer if we simply how we do things become obsolete. Because in the future, operations will be much different to how we know them now. And I would like to now come back to Ukraine. So how has the discourse changed with regard to the developments in Ukraine? So, because we know that state actors now use various applications that you use for their survival. I think it changed a lot. It changed significantly. The war in Ukraine showed us the need or the key role of any surveillance or the importance of surveillance for battle operations. I will now talk about, cosmic satellite images that are important for decision making for the command, because such information now is used only by the public, because of course the media image is built with the contribution of individual companies who have satellite media, satellite surveillance media available, but at the same time the information is used also by intelligence services and also by NATO, because when it comes to the cosmical doctrine of NATO, NATO said quite clearly that it will rely on the support of member states, as well as various agreements on the commercial provision of satellite data. I could give you two examples, or maybe Mr. Javornický will name one example, and I will give you another example of such cooperation. Amazon Web Services, it's an American company, which I would say has rapidly used the situation, and I'm glad for it, the situation that is going on in Ukraine, because through its new product, new few intelligence satellite images is being made that the company is now developing, and hopefully it will be used by the command centers or command structures of NATO, as well as maybe other member states. I would like to say what the other speaker said. If we go back in time, the role of private companies in Ukraine at the beginning of the conflict was huge. For 2 months or 2 months after the start of the conflict, the infrastructure of the country ceased to exist. All IT systems were compromised. Most systems were shut down. These were systems such as, and it was a company such as EWS or Palantir that helped re-establish the infrastructure. Our company provided valuable data to Ukrainians, and the biggest problem that was in Ukraine was that Ukraine had no infrastructure for satellite imaging or satellite surveillance, so their data analysis was always based from images received from a third party. And this third party ceased to provide such images at the beginning of the conflict, and at the same time there were some 8 weeks in the skies or above Ukraine. It was clouded, it was dark, and we had to use new images in order to become familiar with the situation in Ukraine. New types of satellites started to be used, satellites that had not been used in the commercial sector 8 months ago, and suddenly Ukrainians were able to follow the conflict in real time thanks to these new satellites. Now I'd like to go back to AI, so then we can get back to applications. But at the beginning of the panel, I told you are not going to learn what AI is, but you can learn what Mr. Stahl and Javornický think, what, in their opinion, the artificial intelligence is. I maybe hinted on my position when I talked about automatization, acceleration of processes that were up until now done by humans, or also the use of the automation of various other processes used in intelligence as well. Basically, you use computer or computing capacities to do what humans did for a much longer period of time. But at the same time, we need to realize that we cannot implement these technologies as the state. The state is not developing its own AI. It's the private sector, but the state has to cooperate with the private sector. Otherwise, we will be obsolete in a few years. And now I'd like to pass the floor to the speakers to say a few words about AI. I do not want to give you a definition or something like that. I think that AI is basically an ability of machines or computers to do what normally human intelligence would have to do. Basically, to do analysis of satellite images and so on. In my case, if I wanted to have, let's say, a robot analyst by my side, I would ask him to replace a routine activity that I would have to do on a daily basis. And then I would like to ask the computer to learn new skills that a human analyst does, maybe to detect certain types of military targets or maybe on satellite imagery. So basically, that's all what I would ask for the robot, the AI, to do, because the final part, be it final part done by the commander or someone else at the end of the decision-making chain, they would ask, so what does it mean? What's going to happen next? Then I think that AI is not able to answer these questions, and it would have to be up to humans to evaluate the data and make the final decision. But since AI would be doing such routine tasks on, let's say, thousands of images a day, we wouldn't have such strong demands on human analysts, and we would be able to use their capabilities, the human analyst capabilities for the specific decision-making or specific conclusions. Maybe I would follow up on you. The development of AI over the past 10 or 15 years made a huge progress, but still, from our point of view, it is not intelligence as such. It's, let's say, some artificial rationality which based on synthesis of data and algorithms, the machine is able to make or draw conclusions. But when it comes to the final decisions, they need to be made by humans. We are still far away from the moment when, or the day when, AI would be able to take on all the tasks that humans are doing now. Of course, we can read interesting articles in the media about, leaps forward in terms of the development of AI, especially, we've heard a lot about ChatGPT and so on. It's a huge leap forward, but still, it's not something that would, appear here overnight. These are systems that thousands of researchers or scientists worked on for dozens of years. And the biggest breakthrough was made somewhere along the year 2012, and we're still building on that breakthrough that happened years ago. So the development will continue. It's not some temporary trend, and this development will have an impact on every area of human life. Not many of us can see where we will be, let's say, 5 or 10 years from now. If I were to compare it to something, maybe 30 years ago, no one would be able to explain to you what it would mean to you if you had all the data available in your mobile devices, available in just in the seconds. No one would be able to tell you how it will transform the society or the humankind as such. It would be very difficult to explain it to you 30 years ago, and the same shift is happening now. We are at the dawn of new era, and it's only up to us what the era will look like and if we will be able to use it to our advantage. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the comparison with the mobile phones. 30 years ago, mobile phones existed, but what changed significantly was the connectivity, the possibility to transfer data and data storage. And the same goes for AI, for artificial intelligence. AI existed here in the past in the scientific community. Then there were some basic models, but the shift in the capacity and connectivity was the cornerstone for further development, and the breakthrough that happened in 2012 and the development that we built on until today. Now I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Javornický, and he will have a presentation, and he will show you briefly what can be done realistically today with the use of AI, so you can have a better idea, better picture of what can be done today. So the first picture is, or first example is quite clear. It's Opuk. It's a military exercise site that was abandoned for quite some time. It's on the Crimean Peninsula. It's where some military technology was placed, and we've been following this place for quite some time. We surveilled this area, and our system noticed the first shifts or deployments of military equipment to this place. The system was able not only to detect it, but also to classify the type of technology or equipment that was moved during the exercise, and then also inform the customers from the NATO states. Early warning is one of the key examples of how AI helps us, because countries don't have the capacities to follow all of the satellite images produced every day. Each square meter of the Earth is basically covered by various images in various resolutions, covered by various providers. We're not talking about state capacities now. So our early warning system works the following way. Let's say on the reserve airport, Luninets in Belarus, where of course there are no military planes landing, or there were no military planes landing or military aircrafts landing for several years, and then suddenly several Sukhoi aircrafts landed there, and the system suddenly assessed it as something that should be noteworthy, and warned the analysts who then ordered the necessary images and looked at the constellations and were able, based on this early warning system, assess the data and work with it further.
And we are able to scale this throughout the whole world. The system doesn't care whether it looks at hundreds of thousands of sites or the whole globe, and several years ago that was unimaginable. The Battle of Hostomel, we all heard about it. That was a situation where it was clouded, and multispectral optical sensor was able to tell us what is going on, the places of explosions, and the system was able to detect heat signatures and actually to indicate how grave the situation is and what is the development day by day. Again, the analyst, if the analyst would look at it, it would be hours and hours of manual work. This tool helps to speed up the activity. Battle of Mariupol, again, many sites, lots of following. We unfortunately followed in real time that the town is no longer existing. It is fully destroyed. At the end, the activity actually stopped when Russia actually, when the town finally fell into the hands of the aggressor, and the town turned into ruins. 92% of buildings were affected by the conflict. and the town as such no longer exists. Then the closure of the Nord Stream pipeline. This is an important issue that also touches the Czech Republic. So we monitored location in the Gulf, and the systems are able to detect activities going on. We saw abnormal increase in gas flaring, where Russia was trying to actually burn the gas after the Nord Stream pipeline was closed. This is a wonderful indication of how AI every single day can monitor lots of points of critical infrastructure, and the analyses are then used by our representatives for their decision-making. The Hessa factory airport in Iran, you all heard that Iran supplies the kamikaze drones to Russia. We've been following this factory and AI. When Iran started expanding the airport so that larger Russian aircraft could land there, so AI sent an early warning system that there is a clearing and prepping for the extension of the airport so that Antonov could land there, and we could see and follow what is going on, both in the optical and radar spectrum. Thank you. Thank you very much for this demo. I hope that you have enjoyed that, also as the members of the intelligence community. Well, the tool is AI-based. And it's important to realize that these crises are monitored by state institutions, and lots of effort is dedicated to it and also lots of technical devices, equipment by using all sorts of sources. But we have to realize that AI actually made it possible for the private sector to have the same capabilities, even larger than the state or public sector. If the public sector has some satellite devices and means and capabilities to analyze these images, the public sector has it within its limited sources, like having 2, 10, 15 satellites and giving the tasks. But if you use the virtual constellations that were mentioned by Mr. Stahl, actually companies such as SpaceNo collect data from all accessible satellites, and the state has no means to do that. So that was made possible because of AI. The private sector couldn't have it in the past. And the breakthrough is because we have technologies in the hands of the private sector. Now, I would like to ask to comment on how the situation has changed. Now, when you saw the presentation based on what is done within NATO, you mentioned some of the projects. How would you perceive the ability of NATO or individual states to adapt to such services? And how quickly do you believe such service can be integrated into the daily business of an organization from the point of view of a public sector or state? Well, thank you for the question. NATO needs to adapt to this, because if we talk about multi-domain operations or images or intelligence images, this is of key importance. You could see on several slides showed by Mr. Javornický several examples from various locations across the globe. And just imagine that the task would be to integrate all the information into a single information image with not only having the outputs of individual layers of intelligence, but also having operation type information, and everything would be integrated into one image that will serve for commanders at individual levels. And while using AI, we would be able to compare in real time the progress predictions, and also we would be able to recommend options of activities to the person who is responsible for the decision making. So, going back to your question, NATO needs and must integrate this. And at the level of NATO, right now, there is the so-called strategy for multi-domain operations and fight. And all of these aspects will be integrated into this strategy. I want to point out to one more thing. Everything is interconnected. So when we talk about the wish to have a robust system for multi-domain systems, we need to also have other types of integration, digital integration, because without that you wouldn't be able to interconnect everything in order to be able to create such a multi-domain image. So we have seen that the private sector is more than a partner for the defense organization, state organizations. A question for Mr. Javornický. Do you think that your corporate customers would have similar tasks to tasks of the state? And if yes, why? Well, SpaceNo started as a commercial company. At the very beginning, we thought we would be a Bloomberg for satellite data. We supplied hedge funds and banks long-term time series of data. We started with China, where we monitored about 5,000 economic locations in China, and we did a data synthesis and analysis, and we offered also nowcasting together with some of the prognosis reported by China. And large companies, large corporations have similar requirements as far as information sources are concerned as the states, and they start using the same tools and methods, whether it's Earth observations or data analysis. So I see the interconnection, definitely. Thank you. A bit on a pessimistic note, does it mean that the state is losing its information monopoly that it had when they operated the devices without AI? Well, most of the NATO member states have smaller capacities to monitor the Earth compared to many commercial companies that I'm familiar with, and the NATO is at about 20% of what it needs to be able to be enough flexible. That has happened, and this is a trend that will even deepen. But on the other hand, I believe that there are examples of how the states are able to work with the companies in a very efficient way. Thank you. We have 5 minutes left, and I ask the panelists 2 questions. One is, how do you see the risks related to deployment of AI? And what would you actually devote to AI in the whole chain? Or what is the direction of development? What is impossible or unthinkable for moral reasons is now possible? and what is the future direction and what is the future implementation of AI? Could you please respond to both questions? Well, I wouldn't be afraid of AI. The risks are related to abusing the results of AI. And if we develop AI based on the agreed rules and principles, I can't see any problems. As for the chain, the analysis decision-making, I wouldn't be afraid to give the AI the tasks until the last step, and the decision should be taken by a human being. That is my position. And as for the prediction, I would say that from the point of view of space imaging, AI will be integrated in satellites that will do the onboard analysis. Also, AI will be used to create tasks mentioned by Mr. Jaworitsky, that is the task for early warning and support of the warning system, for example, the NATO warning system. As for the future, AI will also serve to create or generate learning images or images to be used for its own learning. Because I believe, and maybe it will be confirmed by Mr. Jawornicki, there is not enough data sets for algorithms to learn for the existing and newly created satellites. So that's what I think is the future of the generation. Well, the biggest risk or threat can be seen in abuse of the outputs of AI and also supplying data based on which AI will learn. Today we see satellite images where majority of the buildings actually do not exist in reality. They were artificially added. You all saw videos on YouTube where people are talking in the voice of a different person or they look like a different person. So that development means that AI might be a threat if it's abused. There is a lot of talking about its limitation by legislation. I don't think it's the right actually direction, because if we do that, our counterparty will just laugh at us and will actually use the technology for whatever they want. The remote Earth monitoring is perhaps the most advanced technology, but also AI will also be relevant for all the human being activities. And the last question was about what, Daniel? Well, the prediction, clearly it will be about the fact that these AI systems will become part of the main systems of the armies of the world and will be part of the monitoring of critical infrastructure systems and will be important for the human beings to take a decision based on the data. So that's how I see it. So thank you to both panelists. And those of you who are sitting here in the audience, if you start thinking how to introduce automation so that we move from digitization into the area of working with huge volumes of data, which was also mentioned by the Chief of Staff of the Czech Armed Forces, as it is so important. So that's all from me. I would like to thank both the panelists. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. And now I would like to invite you for a coffee break that will last for 20 minutes until 11:35. Thank you very much.
Tak dobré poledne. Já poprosím hosty konference, aby se postupně usadili. Poprosím hosty mého panelu, aby se postupně dostavili ke stolu. A poprosím organizátory, aby mě vrátili desky. Jo, taky tě je vzali. Tak dostaneš. Všem nám taky vrátí.
Looks like someone stole our folders. Hopefully they'll get them back to us.
Tak ještě jednou, my v panelu jsme kompletní.
Okay, the panel is complete, so perhaps I can start my brief introduction, a few remarks by way of opening the panel, and then I could pass the floor to Director General Martin Povejšil and Director General for Defense Policy and Strategy Division of the Ministry of Defense, Jan Jedeš. My name is Jakub Landowski, permanent representative of the Czech Republic to NATO, and perhaps I will start by saying the wider context of the Vilnius summit, and perhaps the panelists could talk about the Czech position. By way of opening, I would like to say that none of us knows what the end of the war in Ukraine will be, when the end will come, and how it will end. And there are many possibilities. Winston Churchill said that the truth in war is so scarce that it needs to be followed by a bodyguard, and the bodyguard is a lie. The summit in Vilnius will be happening in a situation when we don't know the end or the result of the process, which will have a major impact on the world order and the functioning of the world. If Russia achieves something, some territorial gains, at least in its own eyes, we will move towards a new world order that prefers the use of force, ethnic cleansing, followed by some false referendum, a system that is not balanced, that lacks rules. But if we manage to win this, to win against this unprecedented aggression, we can establish a world order based on balance and rules. So. And when it comes to the expectations of the Vilnius summits, there are perhaps four major questions and one in the background. The major questions are the position of Vilnius summits towards Ukraine in terms of material aid as well as political language towards the war, the Ukraine aggression. The second question is when Sweden will join NATO. The third question concerns resources so the result of the fulfillment of Wales' commitment, Wales summit commitment, so 2% GDP defense spending, which is the floor of our efforts, not the ceiling. And the fourth question is who the new new head of NATO, the new Secretary General will be. And then, of course, the last question is the position of the alliance in the post-war era. Of course, this problematic is very tricky, but it also needs to be well explained so that we know where we are at. I'm sure you know we will be concluding or adopting new territorial plans. These territorial plans are like a gray matter, telling us where to go, where we are headed, what we should do. This is the analytical planning part of our activities, and it would never work if it didn't move the muscles. The muscles are the revised plans, the revised military plans, the military side that was kind of like atrophied in the peaceful times. And we also have to add our nerves and other parts that help move the entire body. This will be the command structures of NATO, the early warning systems, distribution of information, and last but not least is the backbone. And the backbone of all that we do in NATO is the alliance, are the allies. We simply need to move at the pace of the slowest member of the alliance, who also need to give their consent, because without that it wouldn't make sense for the alliance to move forward. And now I would like to pass the floor to Martin Povasil. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizers for allowing me to be a member of this panel. I very much appreciate it. We are less than 1 month for the Vilnius summit, and another summit in line. And each NATO summit is interpreted as crucial, as a breakthrough summit. And then when being assessed with hindsight, considered as very successful, that moves the alliance forward. But with hindsight, with retrospective, looking at the past summits, looking into the mirror, I guess we can all agree that not all of them can be perceived as great success, as very successful. And many of them were kind of like maintenance summits. Instead of breakthrough summits, and I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. As regards the Vilnius summit, I would like to focus on the main political questions, or political and military questions that the summit will address. In the public sector and in the media, it seems that Ukraine and its future were the only topic of the upcoming NATO summit. But that is not the case. Even from the point of view of the Czech Republic, of course, Ukraine is of utmost importance. It is a significant topic that we have a clear position to. A topic that our position that we will try to strengthen and promote as part of building consensus among the 31 member states. Actually, 32 member states by the time the Vilnius summit takes place. Ukraine needs several things from the alliance. Its demands are maximalistic, and they are materialized not only in political statements, but also in individual steps of the alliance, such as, formal request or submission of formal request to NATO. and to the start of the long journey. But everyone understands that as long as this Russian aggression goes on, NATO alliance cannot be expanded and accept Ukraine, because we wouldn't be able to find alliance consensus among the 31 or hopefully 32 member states. And in practical terms, it would mean that if Ukraine were to join NATO, it would mean that with regard to the application of Article 5, NATO would be in direct conflict, in direct war with Russia, which is something that no one wants. And last time it was emphasized by Chancellor Scholz during yesterday's visit of Secretary General in Berlin. But the alliance can do something else for Ukraine, and the Czech Republic very much supports it.
We want to make sure that there is sufficient tangible and practical expansion of support to Ukraine, including multi-annual program focusing on modernization, upgrade of Ukrainian armed forces that made huge progress, as we've heard during the panel devoted to Ukraine. And then, of course, we need and we want to pursue long-term support of Ukraine so that it can come to terms with the consequences of the war, no matter when the war and how the war ends. The political outcome should have ideally two options. The upgrade of the relations. Today, Ukraine is bound with alliance through the so-called NATO Ukraine Commission, and the upgrade should mean creation of an inclusive format that would not put the dividing line, so the allies on one hand side and Ukraine on the other. So it wouldn't be 31 or 32 plus 1, but it would be a format 32 or 33, depending what the situation is with Sweden. I think that we are on a good path. It's part of the proposal suggested by Secretary General, and it seems that this idea, this institutionalized upgrade, is becoming more and more supported within the alliance. Another practical output that we would like to pursue is a strong and unambiguous language in the summit communiqué that would direct Ukraine towards the path of future membership. And I'm absolutely sure this is something that will mean lots of emotions when discussing the text of the communiqué, and it will be a problematic point because not all the allies have such a clear-cut opinion as the Czech Republic. And not only the Czech Republic, but also the whole eastern flank, perhaps with the exception of Hungary. But it is absolutely necessary to do that, as we believe that the alliance cannot actually stop and keep using the language of Bucharest of 2008, and we still keep remembering it because it was a strong experience when the summit vaguely said that one day Ukraine and Georgia will become member states of the NATO. The path after the Vilnius summit should be clear, and it should contain the steps that will lead Ukraine to the alliance after the war finishes within a foreseeable future. And the level of readiness, military readiness, on the side of Ukraine will be incomparable to how we, the Czech Republic, were ready when the Madrid summit was deciding about our membership. So that was about Ukraine. But I also said that it will not be just a single political topic that NATO is going to discuss. Another topic will be voicing support to our partners in Southeast Europe, and that is Moldova, Georgia, Bosnia and Herzegovina. And we are an alliance that operates in 360-degree radius, so focusing also on Tunisia and Mauritania. I will say a couple of words about the political agenda regarding the direction of the Madrid summit, and that is the cooperation and development of cooperation with Asia-Pacific partners, Korea, Japan, Australia and New Zealand. It is estimated that these countries will be invited to the summit, and the outcome should include strengthened cooperation with these partners. Politically, it's not that easy. There are allies among us who say that the area of responsibility is the North Atlantic area, not in the Pacific. But the fact remains that the awareness and persuasion that the Euro-Atlantic, and if you want, Asian and Pacific security are interconnected vessels, and that any potential conflict in the other area, because of a more aggressive behavior of China, would have global impacts also in our area. And the last topic I would like to cover is the mandate of the current Secretary General that is coming to an end. Soon the debate is underway, and there is a sort of sinusoid curve. At one time it looks that Jens Stoltenberg will leave the office in autumn. Right now it looks like the mandate will be extended by 1 year, because in 1 year there will be the next summit that will take place in the USA. That's the traditional summit that takes place at the end of the terms of office of all the US presidents. So we know that in July 2024 we will have yet another summit. and we cannot exclude that Jens Stoltenberg will be asked to remain in the office until then. Thank you very much for your attention. All the topics covered by Martin Povejšil and also what we heard during the first panel, including the use of peace tool, would not be possible without the safety umbrella offered by the NATO. And I pass the floor on to Jan Jireš.
Thank you. Thank you for the floor. I will focus on the military defense level of the alliance and what we're expecting from the Vilnius summit. Of course, deterrence of Russia is one of the main tasks of the summit, and we will pay attention to this topic also during the Vilnius summit. And the Vilnius summit will conclude several year-long effort to return the attention back to collective defense. So after, out-of-area operations of choice like Afghanistan, NATO has been returning back to collective defense as its main task, its main role. Of course, over the past years, these efforts accelerated over the past year, and its peak should be at the Vilnius summit. As I mentioned before, alliance in 2014, in connection with the Russian aggression in Donbass and Crimea, returned back the attention of NATO to collective defense. For the first time after the end of the Cold War, when the Allies thought that such steps or that these things were not going to be needed any longer. But after 2014, Alliance started to adopt several partial decisions aimed at strengthening collective defense or returning back to some principles of collective defense that were abandoned back in 1990. But these efforts were just gradual. They were not following one clear line, one clear logic or system. At first, in 2014, during the Wales summit, NATO adopted the 2% GDP commitment, GDP spending commitment and other things. After that, NATO implemented some deterrence measures which back in 2014-2015 were supposed to directly react to the increase of Russian threat at the eastern border of the alliance. Then the rapid forces of alliance were strengthened, the battle groups were strengthened, the forward presence was strengthened. In Poland and the Baltic states. NATO also reflected a new demand for collective defense into its capability targets or its military planning. So capability targets focused on the robustness of ground forces. And as part of its collective defense, NATO realized that it needs to rely on robust ground forces, which was not the case or had not been the case up until then. It had not been a priority before 2014. And since 2018, these steps that were, let's say, incoherent or just limited started to be consolidated into a new logic, so to say, into, let's say, consolidated under a new umbrella of collective defense. NATO adopted a new military strategy, and based on this strategy, NATO then elaborates on individual steps that, hand in hand, are supposed to strengthen significantly NATO capabilities of collective defense and deterrence. So basically the biggest increase of strength over the past 40 years of NATO. And the Vilnius summit should be the pinnacle of these efforts, should provide an umbrella for all these activities, all the documents, commitments related to operational plans or the way we want to do our collective defense, the forces that we need in order to achieve it. So these are the main components that will be discussed at the Vilnius summit and decided upon. So how we want to deter our enemies and what we need, what structure do we need, what numbers do we need in order to be able to provide collective defense. Because in order to have a successful operation of collective defense, we need to have also non-military prerequisites successfully handled. I will conclude soon, but if I could ask for one more minute, I'm sure, as you know, that the Czech Republic is now in the process of creating new government strategic plans. So the MFA has prepared new security strategy. The MOD is working on a new defense strategy, which has already been discussed in-house and concluded in-house. So now I will meet with the relevant stakeholders to discuss the individual aspects of the defense strategy. And this new defense strategy will need to include the basic aspects of the defense reform of NATO. So our defense strategy as part of NATO alliance requires two things. First of all, we need to provide forces for the collective defense, forces that are trained, that meet the necessary human resources requirement, that are equipped well, that have the necessary ammunition, and that are sustainable in fight. So this is how we will contribute to NATO collective defense operations. But the second pillar is just as important because the Czech Republic is in the center of Europe on the main routes or paths that would need to be used if the eastern flank were to be strengthened, or if the eastern flank were in crisis, and if forces were to move across the continent. That's why we need to have our territory prepared for such movements or deployments. So we need to have the necessary support provided to the movement of forces or troops that come and move through our territory towards the eastern flank, which is a goal that proves to be just as important and just as difficult as building our necessary military capabilities. And the Ministry of Defense needs the cooperation of all the relevant ministries or the relevant departments. So the main message with regard to the NATO development is that defense of a country is not just a task for the Ministry of Defense and the military and the army. It's a task for the entire society as a whole. Thank you. Thank you. Now I would like to ask the audience for questions, but I will ask one question myself because I like numbers, I like figures. And the one number from Madrid is that 300,000 troops will be ready, within several days. And Poland has 4% GDP defense spending. Could Poland be a role model for us, a country that is building lots of highways or expressways that has 4% GDP defense spending? So could it be a role model for us in this regard? Well, if I may answer a question, yes, definitely. When it comes to your first question, NATO, as part of its transformation and reform of its military dimension, needs two things. First of all, it needs to know how we will defend ourselves, how the operation of collective defense will be performed, will be implemented, which on its own is an important deterrence element or deterrence signal. signal, because if our adversary, if our enemy sees that we're not just talking about it, but actually making realistic plans about our defense, our collective defense, it in itself is an important deterrence element. And the second element are the forces, so the troops, how we will defend ourselves. And as Jakub said, the Madrid summit said that NATO is restructuring its force structure and will couple armed forces into what is known as the new force model. Of course, so I can go into details at this forum, but it was already announced publicly a year ago during the NATO summit that NATO is organizing 300,000 alliance or NATO troops in two stages of emergency alert. So 300,000 troops, 100 in the highest level of alert, and 200,000 in the second level of emergency alert. And now that we don't have so much time to prepare for fight, we know that the warning time is no longer valid. Then we need to be able to react more quickly. In the past, we were able to, in the Czech Republic, ignore investments in military, in defense, because we thought that there was no need for it, that we were safe, that there were no threats posed to us. And now we know that it was wrong. And now NATO knows that there is no warning period, so to say. That's why NATO wants to organize 300,000 troops from individual alliance states that would be able to be organized within only 30 days. And Martin Povelšil will have the concluding remarks. So 4% GDP spending shows that Poland gives its own top priority to defense. It's an absolute priority for them. Of course, Polish ambitions are high. Not only do they want to have an all-round comprehensive army with all types of troops, we even heard that they are thinking about buying submarines for their military, which is something quite new in this area. But on the other hand, it's good to ask the question regarding the short or mid-term goals and the effect of the priority on the Polish economy and the impact on Polish economy and their impact to keep the pace of the processes, catch up with the pace of the processes that are happening within the EU. Because as Tomáš Pojar mentioned, these processes are not expected to stop. Because Poland, by extending the deadlines for coal usage, coal industry, they want to preserve their resources, and then they have more resources left for military. But green transition is just one example of where they can start lagging behind. When it comes to building new road infrastructure, new roads, then of course it's a long-term development in Poland, and as Honza mentioned, this is also something important in the Czech Republic. We also need to continue building highways because we are lagging behind in this area. So when it comes to our road infrastructure and other infrastructural areas, we can see that in the Czech Republic we are very underfunded. And perhaps I would like to also ask Jagello 2000 for the tradition of these conferences, because no one doubts today that the main title of this conference is very valid and very topical, because no one doubts the fires in Ukraine. Perhaps not all the fires that we can see in the world were started by Russia, but if you're a pyromaniac, then you know fires are what you're attracted to, and if you see just a small fire, then you're attracted to making it even a bigger fire. And I'm therefore glad that Jagello and its conference is trying to point out these things for several years now. I would also like to take this opportunity to say one thing. Jakub already mentioned it at the beginning. A reliable and trustworthy collective defense is the main prerequisite for helping Ukraine. If our collective defense were not real, do you think that we could have a collected hub in Rzeszów through which we supply Ukraine the necessary materials and military equipment that it needs? So supporting Ukraine goes hand in hand with the efficiency of our collective defense. I just came from Senate, from the meeting of the Foreign and Defense Committee or Security Committee, and we discussed the DCA Senate Committee. The Senate Committee adopted or promoted the DCA, and I would like to just emphasize that it's a bilateral agreement, and if the DCA is adopted in the Czech Republic, we will strengthen our practical cooperation, military cooperation with the United States, and thus we will also contribute to the collective defense of NATO. So the Czech-American bilateral cooperation will become part of the entire NATO ecosystem. So the DCA agreement is not important just for our bilateral relations with the US, for our bilateral cooperation, but it's also the flesh, the meat that helps implement the diction of the transatlantic treaty and makes the transatlantic treaty and collective defense possible.
That is all, and we pass the floor on to František Schulz and representatives of Nebraska and Texas.
Good afternoon to you all. Again, let me start this panel, which is really special this year. The previous panel was very interesting also. Shorten your lunchtime about 5 minutes. So we are still keeping the schedule, and I hope that this panel will be even more interesting than the previous one. Today, mainly we are discussing the achievements in the past 30 years which enhance our security and capabilities of Czech armed forces. And although we are sometimes, as Czechs, tending to see ourselves as small, poor, and unhappy, the opposite is truth. We are most secure than ever, mainly because enjoying cover of transatlantic link and NATO, our armed forces are capable and good partner to fight. Despite the uncertainty and instability of the defense budget in the past years and neglecting modernization. One thing which not to be changed, just to be cared and treated carefully, is the cooperation of the Czech armed forces with the National Guards of Texas and Nebraska. Throughout 30 years, it proved to be really enriching for all three forces. It has been very significant in terms of changing the mindset from the Warsaw Pact to pro-Western orientation. As a concrete example, can be mentioned the specific contribution in the training of members of the Czech armed forces at the tactical level, successful Czech instructors, JTAC, courses in the USA, etc. And hopefully more will come. Include the serving together somewhere abroad, hopefully. So I'm happy to be here with General Major Daryl Bohak, the Adjutant General to the State of Nebraska, National Guard, and General Major Thomas Selzer, the Adjutant General for the State of Texas. So first, let me ask a few questions to the generals, which will tell you more about the cooperation, about the depth of the cooperation, and about the future of the cooperation, and it's important. And then at the end, there is an open space for your questions, if there will be one. So, gentlemen, generals, the first question, and I will start with the General Bohak, and then with the General Selzer. The contribution of the State Partnership Program is for the Czech Republic and their armed forces indubitable. But sometimes there's the question how beneficial is for the National Guards, because at the beginning, 30 years ago, the National Guards were much more developed and modernized than the Czech armed forces. So how was it beneficial for you?
Well, thank you, and what a pleasure and honor it is to be here with you, Minister Schultz, and perhaps here in the homeland we should say Major General Bohach instead of Bohak, but
I know that you don't like it. Actually.
No, I do, yeah. But I would say this about how have the National Guards of Nebraska and Texas benefited. So in the United States Armed Forces, we are viewed as the primary combat reserve of the United States Air Force and the United States Army. And in order to be the primary combat reserve, the operational reserve, you have to be interoperable with not only our services in the United States, but our NATO allies and partners as well. And so our ability, the opportunity to work together, whether at the tactical level or other levels, and we can talk more about that, is probably the biggest benefit. So that when the opportunity presents for us to perhaps deploy together, but even to train together, having a long-standing relationship just brings trust. That means we can move at the speed of trust and therefore be a more effective force together.
Major General, please.
Yes, good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank you. This is my second trip to the Czech Republic, my second trip to Prague, and it's just a beautiful country, and I have a great appreciation for the spirit of the people, as we've seen today by many of the discussions. For Texas, it may help if I explain, you know, the question is, what do we get out of it? Explain the way we are composed. So Texas is similar in size, our military is, to the Czech Republic. Between our Army, Air Force, and our civilian employees, we have about 24,000 members. So we're smaller than you, but we're similar. We have an infantry division with multiple infantry brigades. We have an engineer brigade. You have an engineer regiment. We have information operations troops, cyber troops like you. You have long been noted as being CBRN experts. We have a combat aviation brigade with attack helicopters and general utility helicopters like your Air Force. Additionally, on the air side, we have MQ-9 Reapers, C-130s, and also a fighter training squadron of F-16s. So we have a lot of capability. So what we get from it is you're very similar to us. We get a similar training partner. When the partnership program started back in 1993, again, as already been said, as many countries were coming out from underneath the Iron Curtain and trying to essentially grow from being a Soviet-style military to a Western style. So in the beginning, there may have been these questions of, well, what do we get out of it? That's no longer the case. You know, we are all dependent on allies and partners. In the Indo-Pacific and in Europe, we cannot do this alone, or we will lose. So what we get out of this is an equal training partner. And I'll just give some quick examples. I said that we have an infantry division. We are transferring that division into an armored division, specifically to fight land wars in Europe. We are going to depend completely on you to help us learn about becoming an armor state, because a lot of your equipment is mechanized. Additionally, we also, and we may talk about this later, our partnership allows us to go train in Central Europe. Again, if we're building an armored division to go fight a major land war in Europe, what could be better for us than to go to Central Europe and train with you all? For example, our engineers, what would be better for them than to go and learn how to bridge a gap and to cross a river in Central Europe to prepare for, as we've said in these other, in the previous panel, all the supplies and things that could potentially be flowing through the Czech Republic. So we get much out of the deal, and it's increasing every day. So thank you.
Yes, this is the effectivity is really admirable. If I'm not wrong, you're also deployed on the border, Texan-Mexican border or so you have a lot of deployments, exhausting your troops.
Yeah, we have a lot of troop deployments going on, and we just literally had that discussion in the back room, is we also are having irregular migration through our state into our country, just as you are trying to work through. The number I saw is you've very graciously helped over 500,000 Ukrainian refugees, and that's absolutely amazing to me, and I applaud you. But yeah, so we are continuously having issues that are very similar.
Great. Generals, I warned you that it's going to be a bit improvisation yesterday, so be ready for that. The next question I have is, does the biggest conventional conflict in Europe since Second World War in Ukraine changed somehow, or going to change somehow, the cooperation between the Czech armed forces and your guards? And if yes, how?
Well, I think initially it will change, and we'll move from the tactical training will always be there, but moving more to the operational and perhaps strategic training environments, and to think about further developing the depth of cooperation between our National Guards and the Czech Armed Forces. And that will be necessary as we go forward, simply because, as General Selzer said, we can't, the United States recognizes that whether it's a conflict here in Europe or in the Indo-Pacific, we will need allies and partners to be successful, to preserve our shared democratic ideals and to protect democracy wherever it might exist. And since we have that mutual commitment to those things, to simply focus on the tactical small group level will not prepare us for those things. So it definitely will change us.
Yes, I agree. I mean, my answer to your question is yes and no. So will it change? No. The program structure will remain in place. Will it change? Yes. Just as General Bohack said, in the beginning of the state partnership program, it was all about subject matter exchanges. So small groups of 4 Czechs, 4 Americans meet to talk about some subject, medicine, cyber, or whatever. I think due to the illegal, unprovoked, and very brutal invasion of Ukraine, the Atlantic and European alliance has got to increase, even in these smaller programs, our level of participation. So yes, I see the use of the partnership program to get Czech military and the U.S. military together more in some of these larger exercise operations. Just to give you an example, right now, Air Defender 23 is going on in Europe. So there's 220 aircraft, 10,000 personnel from 46 states in the United States. It's the largest air exercise in the 74 years of the NATO alliance. That's going on right now. What we have from Texas is we have 2 MQ-9s operating out of Choslav, flying missions. We have 83 personnel there. But guess what? Guess who's doing all the ground support, a lot of the ground support? The Czech military. So this allows us to move in quickly in a wartime scenario, have interoperability. They've used our equipment. They know how we operate. So I just see the program moving, again, through partnership and through interaction with us, getting us involved, us collectively involved in larger exercises. This exercise that I'm talking about, we have JTACs from Texas, JTACs from Czech Republic, and they're doing close air support with not only MQ-9s, but L-139s. So we're both learning how to control each other's aircraft. Additionally, because of the things that are happening in the Indo-Pacific and the things that are happening in Europe, the United States Air Force is changing its kind of scheme of maneuver into a concept called ACE, Agile Combat Employment. And what that is basically a proactive and reactive scheme of maneuver that recognizes there's no safe bastion for us. Our main bases are going to be hit, so we need to be able to move out to satellite forward operating sites and forward operating sites and other operating locations. That's what's being practiced, literally this week in the Czech Republic, and you all are a big part of that.
Thank you, Mr. Jean. Maybe it's worth to mention at the moment that although a Nebraska National Guard is smaller concerning numbers than the Texan one, but for example, you helped a lot with the, for example, refueling certification of Czech pilots. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Well, first, everything is bigger in Texas, and so we've been involved with the tanker fleet, the KC-135 refueler. In fact, we have a refueler in Air Defender as well, and And I think importantly, over the course of the history of the partnership, worked with the Czech Air Forces to get the Gripen certified for air-to-air refueling, which ultimately led to the Czech Air Forces participating in the NATO air policing mission and being very effective at it. And that partnership has proven, very fruitful over time.
Thank you. Do you see, start the perspective of the cooperation to the future? We have 30 years of close cooperation and training together. And what's next?
Well, I'm not sure how good my crystal ball is, Minister Schultz, but I will say this. 2 years ago, when we were here and met with the Defense Committee of the Deputies Parliament, which was just in September of 21, just after the NATO withdrawal from Afghanistan. The first question the committee asked us, what is to become of NATO? And not really knowing what Mr. Putin was going to be up to, I said I foresee a future where NATO will be required to ensure our mutual security interests are protected, not only here in Europe, but in the United States as well and elsewhere. And so I think we're looking at 30 more years and longer in terms of a partnership continuing. I think the thing that the partnership brings in particular is continuity over time. So, as we discussed yesterday, I've been coming here since 1998 in the state partnership program, and I've obviously developed some relationships, as many of our colleagues from Texas and Nebraska have. Those kinds of relationships in the heat of the moment, in the heat of battle, where you're not exchanging a business card for the very first time, matter the most in terms of being successful together. So I think we've got a long future ahead of us.
Yes, I agree. I'll just echo that the strength of the partnership program is those relationships. The U.S. active duty military changes out leaderships and moves people around very continually, especially at the senior leadership level. Whereas here, again, many years of coming to the Czech Republic. I'm at the beginning of my many years of coming to the Czech Republic, and we get to learn you personally, and that also helps when, for example, you need something, when you need some help, when you need some leverage, we can have those quiet conversations amongst ourselves to decide, hey, how do we move forward and try to leverage the U.S. military and get you what you need. Again, going back to Air Defender and how these relationships work out, if you look at Air Defender, no other country would allow us the airspace to fly the MQ-9. Even in the United States, it's very difficult outside of certain areas to fly MQ-9 Reaper. One country allowed us to do that. That was the Czech Republic. So these relationships are extremely important for practicing for what we may have to do in the future.
Thank you. Just the National Guards in general are quite often deployed abroad, actually, in different kind of operations throughout the past decades and decades. Do you think that we can move even in this, that Czech troops and troops from Nebraska or the Texan National Guard will be deployed together somewhere abroad, I don't know, in Africa or elsewhere? Can you imagine that?
Yeah, I can. I think because of the nature and depth of our relationship, we know how we can serve together, and I think it's identifying the opportunities early on so that we can plan for that and bring ourselves together to go to the same place. So, for example, we, as many states do, have other state partners as well through this program, and we're partnered with Rwanda. And so we've already had the discussions with the Czech Armed Forces about their interest in doing things together on the Africa continent. And I think we're beginning to see that through Operation Justified Accord, where the Czech Armed Forces are providing observers as possible planners for future participation.
Yes, so I agree, and that's where the partnership comes in, because, like you said, these will take long-term planning to match up these deployments, but the partnership can go to the Department of Defense and seek these actions that will, a year or two down the road, maybe yield results in terms of deployments. And to some degree, these deployments already are happening, right? We've worked together in Afghanistan and Iraq, but for Texas themselves, the Multinational Force and Observer Corps in the Sinai, we're sending a battalion in August to go do that mission. They will be led by Major General Kohler from the Czech Republic. So our troops are being led by you all, and so there is that high level of trust. I think to your question as well, we need to get to the point where we're deploying together, because although the Russian army has fared very poorly in their incursion of Ukraine, their maritime forces are still intact, their air forces are still intact, their ballistic forces are still intact, and their nuclear forces are still intact. And they are a large country that can reconstitute their army over time, maybe not well, but they aren't going away right now. This threat, as every panel has said before, will affect this transatlantic union for decades to come. So it's imperative that we get to a point where we're deploying together.
Okay, thank you for the answer. And now it's the right time to ask the audience. If you have, any one of you, if you have a question to the generals, please raise your hand, and I believe that each question will be properly answered. No, everyone is hungry and looking for the lunchtime. Okay, but we still have 5 minutes, and I don't let you go, actually. So, generals, if you can say, I know that it's very hard to pick up just one, but if you can pick up some moment, some exercise, some activity, which in those, say, 30 years, although I know that you are not in the positions for 30 years, was most significant for you, for your guards, for your troops in the cooperation with the Czech Armed Forces? What it would be? I know this is a difficult question, but try to think, and if you can mention something which really you have in the memory.
So what comes to my mind immediately is several years ago, there's a exercise called Ample Strike that occurs here. And we flew an MQ-9, I believe it was an MQ-9. We had MQ-1s for a while, but our unmanned aerial system, we flew out to the Czech Republic and flew it for the first time. And Ample Strike's a big JTAC-oriented close air support exercise. But again, based on what I've already said, flying unmanned aerial systems in somebody else's country, or even just getting them on the ground, getting approval to bring them to another nation and taxi them around on the ground and coordinate is very difficult. And I think that was a watershed moment in my mind in the Texas-Czech relationship.
I think for me, it's initially this program started out as with the Czechs in developing conversational skills in the English language, and which was important. But more importantly was the recognition by the Czech Armed Forces of their desire to build out their non-commissioned officer corps. So with Sergeant Major Seifert and now Sergeant Major Schmick, a continued emphasis on that and developing those relationships really was almost an exponential leap in the relationship overall. And now we're exchanging soldiers at that level to come participate in different activities in both Texas and Nebraska, and developing those relations, other than, not at the general officer level, but at the NCO level, will be the difference maker on the battlefield if we serve together.
Thank you, and if there's no question, I will have the last one, actually. We discussed, you mentioned that, for example, the Californian National Guard is cooperating with the Ukrainian armed forces. I'm just wondering, is there some body or some institution where you can share the lessons learned throughout the National Guards of the United States? And what would be something you learn from the others, from the cooperation, and what do you share with the others?
Sure. So, yes, the Ukrainian Defense Forces and the California National Guard have been partners for 30 years as well. And one of the original partners, just like we were with you. I think the best way I can explain it about the importance of that is a story. The story goes something like this. A Ukrainian defense soldier had a misfire on the Javelin missile system, anti-tank missile system, and he forgot how to do the reset that would allow him to clear the weapon and fire again. So he sent a text message to a Washington National Guard member who he had trained with and had developed a relationship. And the Washington National Guard member sent him the instructions on how to reset the Javelin. He was successful, but for a while the Washington National Guard member didn't know that until he got a video of the Javelin destroying a Russian tank on the battlefield. So I would say that definitely a lesson learned is the relationships that go a long ways, that in the minutes when it matters most come to the forefront.
Yes, and I'll just add that when we have these SPP events, we outline security cooperation objectives that the combatant commander, they're nested with the combatant commander, and an output from the exchange will also be any kind of lessons learned, so that they're brought to a higher level system for understanding across the partners, and in this case, across European partners.
I was just going to mention, too, the other place where these lessons learned exist and are captured is at National Guard Bureau in Washington, D.C., in the directorate that's responsible for administering the program on our behalf. But I think a lot of the lessons learned exist in our hearts and our head.
Thank you very much. I think that we are exhausting the time, so as I mentioned at the beginning, this panel actually is a part of a 30-year celebration of the really deep and beneficial cooperation with our National Guards, actually. And these celebrations are going to continue, actually, on August. There will be another chance to celebrate it in Lincoln, this time in Nebraska. So we are looking forward, and I hope that you enjoy that and that you enjoy the lunch. So bon appetit to you all, and thank you very much.
Já mám jenom takovou organizační poznámku, bych chtěl všechny poprosit.
Just a housekeeping remark, just a housekeeping announcement. Now the lunch will be served, and if you could be back in exactly 60 minutes, in 50 minutes, so in 1:40, because in 1:45 the president will arrive, so that we are all ready. Thank you and bon appetit.
Takže. První a jdu dál. Druhý, raz, dva, tři. Třetí. Čtyři. 5. 5. Jdu dál. 6. A 7. Hej, raz.
Dámy a pánové, prosím povstaňte, přichází prezident republiky. Dámy a pánové, poprosím vás ještě o malé strpení.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, a minute. It seems that Mr. President stopped by with the journalists, but I can see him joining us.
Vážený pane prezidente, vážený pane
Dear Mr. President, Vice Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the afternoon part of the 10th edition of the conference called Our Security Cannot Be Taken for Granted. It was a great honor to learn that the Czech President accepted our invitation to take part in this conference. Mr. Pavel participated in this conference several times in various roles, and now I would like to ask him to take the floor in the role of the President of the Czech Republic. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, representatives of the parliamentary political parties. It is a pleasure to participate repeatedly in this conference, as I believe it is an important forum, especially during the time when we face unprecedented security threats. The course of Russian aggression in Ukraine and my recent visit to Ukraine make me strongly believe that we were quite wrong as part of the Western democracy. We thought that a war that would be led by conventional arms would not be possible in the 21st century. We thought that the threats remain back in the rhetoric of Cold War. It seems that we did not learn a lesson from the 20th century that made us see the two most horrible conflicts in the history of human beings. I've never thought I would see the same horrors as during the wars in the Balkans. I wouldn't believe I would see destroyed cities, civilian targets fully destroyed, rapes, looting, deportation of children, or mass graves. We expected that multilateral international agreements would be observed, that Russian sees that there are certain commitments and would observe them, because it is with respect to the international law that is the barrier with respect to barbarian approach. We thought that if we would have economic and trade relation with Moscow, it would make us closer, that we would not harm each other, as harming the other party would mean also harming yourself. That was the rule that applied and functioned well. We thought that open borders, respecting the other party and freedom of speech is the best way for good relations, and that if we observe these and if we offer these also to other countries, it will support our desire to learn more about each other, and that it would lead to prosperity and to fewer situation of misunderstanding, that the space would be also a space for former adversaries that would find a win-win solution in that. However, what we've seen since last February is an evidence of the fact that we were truly wrong. Cooperation is more than animosity, and trade is more than isolation. However, there was a mistake that we trusted our former partners, that they were as sincere as we were. They had similar opinions and they valued the world around us using the same criteria as we were. We were losing clear vision and good mind. We saw some signals that were warning, heard some voices, but for us it was so difficult to accept them, to get out of the comfort zone, that we would disregard them. Putin and his vision quickly took us out of this illusion. Again, it became obvious what Russia thinks. Russia attacked a country that it guaranteed sovereignty and freedom, and they several times even tried to assassinate democratically elected president. They came up with the idea that their neighbor is not existing, that there is no identity of these people. They commit war crimes repeatedly. But there is also good news. Ukrainians are ready not to lose their sovereignty and to fight against aggressor, and also countries supporting Ukraine, some of them after several doubts are also ready to withstand all the attempts. There is no reason to be afraid of Russian threats. As a community of democratic countries, we are stronger from the point of view of economy and also from the military point of view. What I'm afraid of is if we manage to keep united. Putin wants to tire out the West, so that the West would leave Ukraine to itself. Because every conflict, if it takes too long, it could be overcome by everyday worries. And I have to say that I'm very proud of the Czech Republic and its inhabitants, as we keep supporting Ukraine irrespective of our issues, inflation, etc. We still keep collecting funds, and many of Czech people also help directly at the theater of war. Ukraine also relies on humanitarian and other aid. And I am glad that the Czech politician managed to agree on setting the minimum level for defense spending at 2% of GDP. It is quite right that we also support cybersecurity and information security, but we should not forget that the security system also includes efficient democracy, bilateral and multilateral. Our joint task is to make sure that even during worsened economic conditions, we cannot forget that our security cannot be taken for granted, that the international situation gives us no other choice but to persevere. We have to stand by Ukraine. In 3 weeks' time, there will be a NATO summit in Lithuania, and the Czech Republic will go there with a clear plan of keep supporting Ukraine and reinforcing cohesion of the NATO, focusing on deterrence elements with respect to the policy with respect to Russia. I'm also glad there will be 4 more partners participating from the Indo-Pacific region, but we also have to regard the ambition of China. I don't think there will be a conflict between West and China in the nearest future, but it does not mean that we should repeat the mistakes we did in the past. We have to strengthen partnership with all democratic countries of the world because it is in our interest. I very much like the title of this conference. Our security surely cannot be taken for granted. And hopefully also the representatives and participants in the next panel would agree on that. We cannot afford to be not united because the stakes are high. I believe it's important to keep discussing how to make sure that our country and our democratic allies are kept secure, as well as that those who prefer cooperation would also have the same level of security. Thank you very much for your attention.
President, thank you for your words. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome you to the 10th edition of this international conference called Our Security Cannot Be Taken for Granted. It is organized by Jagiello 2000 Association. Its main task is to help find or build the society-wide consensus in the area of defense and security, questions that are crucial for our own society and its survival. And that's why it is no surprise that its traditional part is also a panel dedicated to our top political representatives or representatives of political parties that are part of the parliament or that sit in the Chamber of Deputies of the parliament. And now I would like to ask the panelists to come and join me. Here I will ask them to join me in an alphabetical order, but not based on their names, but the names of their parties. So first I would like to ask Karel Havlíček, Deputy Chairman of ANO, to join me here, and in between I would like to say that Karel Havlíček is Deputy Chairman of ANO 2011, as well as Deputy Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of the Parliament of the Czech Republic, and also Shadow Prime Minister and Shadow Minister of Industry and Trade. Then also Mrs. Hanna Heinová. She is the deputy chairwoman of the Czech Pirates Party and also first deputy governor of the Vysočina region. According to the information that I received just seconds ago, we have Mr. Marian Jurečka, chairman of the Christian Democrats. He's on his way and should join us briefly. And that's why I would like, the same as Mr. Tomio Okamura, SPD chairman. But Mr. Alexander Vondra, Civic Democrats deputy chairman and member of the European Parliament, is here already, so I would like to ask him to join me here. And last but not least, we have Mr. Tomáš Černin here, deputy chairman of TOP 09 and vice president of the Senate of the Parliament of the Czech Republic. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to also tell you that you'll have time for your questions. You will have space for your questions. You can ask questions here in the hall, but also people who watch our conference online, they can ask questions through Slido application under the hashtag, which is the acronym of this conference. So our security cannot be taken for granted, NBNS 2023 hashtag. And I almost overlooked Mr. Vít Rakušan. He is the STAN chairman, first deputy prime minister and minister of the interior of the Czech Republic. So we'll see how fast the chairman of other political parties will come, but without any further ado, we will open the floor. Each of them will have 2 minutes for their opening remarks, and then we can start the debate. I would also like to remind you that the last edition was organized in the imminent shock of the Russian aggression in Ukraine. The imminent shock is gone, but the war is still here with us. And now I'd like to ask the panelists to say their opening remarks, to say how they view the position of the Czech Republic in the current security situation. And I would like to ask you to wait a little longer because we can see Mr. Marian Jurečka joining us as well as Mr. Tomio Okamura. So, now, as we have Mr. Tomio Okamura and Mr. Marian Jurečka here, our political panel is complete. And now I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Karel Havlíček to say a few words about the current and future risks for the Czech Republic. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I must say I almost didn't hear a single word you said, but I assume there's some weird echo here on the stage, but I suppose that you gave me 2 minutes to talk freely. We had an opportunity to meet with the president 2 weeks ago, and I must say the meeting was very positive. It was a meeting between coalition and opposition where the main topic discussed was security and basically everything concerning the upcoming Vilnius NATO summit. And I must say that even though we don't see eye to eye with the coalition on many issues, including economic policy, when it comes to security, foreign policy and defense, I must say that we are able to find consensus, reach consensus on most issues. And I think this is of utmost importance for the Czech Republic and its security. Of course, it doesn't mean that we will not automatically do anything, but more or less when we have a discussion, it's more about the technical details than about the nature as such. So as regards the 2% GDP defense spending on behalf of ANO, I can say yes, we are in favor of this. We were the party that actually increased it from 45 billion to some 68 billion, and we reached some 1.44% defense spending GDP. But we always say it's not just about the amount, it's about how the amount is spent, how efficiently the amount is spent. So it is invested wisely into something that we really need, and also involving Czech industry, regardless of which government is at the helm. Regardless of whether it's this government or another government, we must make sure that Czech industry is involved, that they have a clear position that is not just a declaratory position on the paper, but realistic. Thank you. Thank you for keeping to the time limit. And now 2 minutes to Mrs. Hajnová. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, thank you for the floor. Today we are here at a conference called Our Security Cannot Be Taken for Granted, but I am glad that it is already for granted that we discuss defense issues, security issues at all levels of our society, starting at the municipal level all the way to the top level. Many opinions and issues have already been mentioned here, so I would like to focus on the topic of civic security, because security of the Czech Republic is based on several pillars, be it the EU membership, NATO membership, also the Security Council, also our diplomats that stand on the front lines, ready to prevent conflicts and ready to negotiate. And last but not least, it's us, the regular citizens, who are pillars of the security umbrella. Since we know that we live in a globalized world, we know that the war isn't just on the battlefield, but everywhere. It's also information warfare. Today we talk about hybrid warfare, and we can see that Russia is leading a colonial war in Ukraine, trying to destabilize also other regions, and the repercussions are felt all over the world. The economic impact, energy crisis, insecurities due to hybrid information operations. As a communal politician, I'm in daily contact with regular citizens, and that's why I'm aware of the impact on the lives of regular citizens. I've always been aware how important these issues are, and we can see that information technologies and information freedom is being misused for spreading hatred and disinformation and attacks on the pillars of our very society. And in order for this to improve, each of us can do something. We can educate ourselves, proof check or fact check information. The security of our country is in the hands of each of us, and we are part of it. Thank you. And what is the vision of the security of the Czech Republic in the eyes of Marian Jurečka? Thank you, President, ladies and gentlemen. After several years that we got used to the fact that security is for granted and that we live in a safe world, we realized very suddenly that it is not true. We can basically feel it on our own skin almost. Of course, we know that in 2014, Crimea was annexed. We talked about it as politicians. Members of the security community talked about it. But let's face it. Not many steps, real steps, were taken following such discussions. Not much has changed. When it comes to defense spending, we are among the countries who are among the 1/3 of countries at the bottom tail of the peloton. And our government in these difficult times is saying clearly, this needs to change. We cannot be a black passenger who basically is like a parasite on the efforts of others. And we want to achieve 2% GDP defense spending next year. It's a huge increase by almost 50 billion. 50 million Czech crowns, which is very difficult for us to achieve. But I consider it also to be a great investment opportunity. Investment not only into our defense and security, but also into our society and economy. We need to make sure that this money, this investment, will strengthen our economy, our research, our scientists, our research and development, and we need to make sure that this will be a support to our companies using or developing top-notch technologies. So we have to approach it as a great opportunity. So let's be those who can not only catch up the deficit in the defense spending that we have, but also those who can communicate these topics well and use the investment to our advantage. Thank you. Security topic is a key topic for Mr. Alexander Vondra, and it's been so for quite some time. Thank you, dear President, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, sometimes we are aware of the scissors wide open between what is being said and declared on paper in the politics, and then on the other hand is actually being done in practice or implemented. And I must say that I am very pleased that today we can say that in the area of national security and our readiness of our country and the government to use reasonable funds or adequate funds for our security, we are finally here. This conference has tried to emphasize this issue for the past 10 years. It's been tried to put the decision makers to one table, to bring them to one table. And it is good to see that if there is such a long-term effort, it can actually bear some fruit and bear some benefits, bring some benefits. NATO is meeting in Vilnius soon, and it is quite likely that we'll learn that the 2% defense spending is the bare minimum. So it's just about time to at least meet this minimum requirement. At the same time, I would like to thank Mrs. Černochová. You could read various issues about the Czech Minister of Defense, but I think we should say it clearly that she was the one who concluded the DCA. We know that the war was a wake-up call, and then we need to process all the changes and give it some legal or implement it in legal terms. So now I'd like to pass the floor to Mr. Tomio Okamura. Dear President, ladies and gentlemen, international development proves that the motto of this conference is right. Our security cannot be taken for granted. This principle has been defended for years. We know that war is not a solution to problems. It is how problems end. And I'm glad that one of the biggest authorities, the Pope, confirmed it when he was against the 2% defense spending of NATO, when he said that those who love peace refuse war as a means of resolving international conflicts and disputes. Pope Francis also named the reasons for conflict. He said in Ukraine there is a world war with all the superpowers being involved, and nations or citizens are on the second track for them. War is something that endangers us all, and as part of our security we should think more about peace than weapons and war. We should always ask cui bono, because when it comes to the profit, it's never for the benefit of individuals. It's always for the benefit of corporations. You cannot win the war with the East. Latin America, the Arab community are moving away, are turning their face away, and it should be a warning sign for them. And we can see that if all the agreements were held up, then we wouldn't be here at the brink of a next world war. If we want to have peace, we need to be able to stop the defense industry and the weapon industry. And I would like to quote American President Eisenhower. He was the first who said that the military-industrial complex is the problem that he considered the biggest threat for the world and the nation. President, ladies and gentlemen, Zbigniew Pawlacik told me that the name of the conference, Our Security Going to Be Taken for Granted, is from 2001, stems from 2001, when our Western civilization saw the the first biggest modern tragedy, and we realized how vulnerable we are when we saw the attack on the United States. Over the past years, we saw similar sobering up just recently when this terrible conflict broke out just close to our borders. But over the past year, we managed something else, not only to find a consensus that the 2% GDP should be taken for granted, it should be the basis, it should be solidarity. Solidarity is good in all areas of life, and we should be solidary as our country. But we also prove that we can be real allies, that that entire Europe can act as one man, which I think surprised Putin and Putin's Russia the most. I'm very pleased to see that, and we should build on that, and we shouldn't cease to help Ukraine, because that's exactly what makes Europe stronger, the unity that it has. And I would be glad if at the European level, at the political level, we wouldn't just talk about the solidarity, about the unity, but we would also show it, not just alibistically when it suits us, but always. We should be good allies, trustworthy allies, to stand against an aggressor like Russia. But it's not just about external security. It's also about internal security, because there's just one security, and we should have a functional, integrated rescue system, which is great. And we should also maintain this system, because this integrated rescue system also demands funding for future, so that it remains so efficient and so that it can help in all fields of life. So, Minister, now after Minister Rakušan, Tomáš Černin, Deputy Chairman of Top 09. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past 10 years, many of us could feel that Europe was not imminently in danger, was not imminently threatened, but this opinion proved wrong and naive. The attack on Ukraine proved that President Havel was right when he said that Russia does not know exactly where it starts and where its territory begins. Putin's hunger for territorial gains after the fall of the Iron Curtain showed that Putin not only wanted to rule over Ukraine, but also to divide Europe. But as a result, we stand as one man against Russia. Let's look at Russia's adversaries. Or let's look at Russia's friends. Russia votes at the UN together with Belarus, Mali, Eritrea, and Syria. So Russia is isolated politically as well as geographically, and we as politicians can, for the future of the entire continent, can do even more. From this point of view, I must appreciate the Czech government, which finally approved the 2% GDP defense spending. It is the main precondition for our military and army to be able to defend our territory and to be efficient and able to also meet our main commitments to our allies. At the same time, I think it is absolutely crucial that we have concluded the DCA that was signed just recently by the Minister of Černochová with her counterpart Lloyd Austin, because it anchors the mutual cooperation between the Czech and US forces and their cooperation here in our territory. I just returned from Ukraine a week ago, and I saw with my own eyes a country which is amidst war, but its citizens try to live normal lives. I've met with many Ukrainians, and they all agreed on one thing. They hope that their country will soon be part of Western structures, both NATO as well as the EU. We, as the Czechs, have all these privileges, but sometimes we tend to forget forget that our membership in these organizations is one of the main prerequisites of our security, because our security is not for granted.
Ladies and gentlemen, soon you will have opportunity to respond, but I ask you for understanding as Mr. President would need to leave. Thank you very much.
Děkuji, dámy a pánové. Troufnu si říct, že jsme slyšeli v tom úvodním kolečku vyjádření značnou míru konsenzu mezi
Ladies and gentlemen, during the initial speeches we have heard lots of same ideas, but now I would like to invite you to respond to your colleague. Is there anything what you've heard that you would 100% agree, and is there anything you would 100% disagree? I want to ask you, could you do something with the microphone, because we can't hear you here properly? Would that be better? Yes. Can you hear me better and do you understand me? Unfortunately, it won't be any better, but can you understand my words better or hear them better? So I will start from the other side of the table to give Mr. Havlicek more reaction time. So, Mr. Czerny, what would you say you 100% agree with what you've heard, and what you 100% disagree with? Well, I 100% agree that it's so important that the Czech Republic is a member of NATO and the EU. And, well, we heard that Ronald Reagan and Gorbachev signed a peace agreement, but before that there was the arms race. That means that the Soviet Union lost its base, and only when the Soviet Union understood they would not be able to win on a military field, they decided they would sign peace agreements. So we should not underestimate the role of our armies. And we truly have to have the deterrence force. Mr. Rakušan, I will find 100% agreement where you would not expect it. I agree with Mr. Havlicek that it's important that our membership in the NATO is strong, and that we should truly spend 2% of GDP on military, and let's forget about the mentality them and us. We've been a member of the NATO for some time, and we should already be used to that. We are part of the organization. And I also agree that the Czech companies and Czech businesses should get opportunities. And what I disagree fully is that we talk about peace negotiations when there is one aggressor that breaches sovereignty of one country, that breaches territorial integrity and all the international law rules. So you cannot have negotiations with such an aggressor. No, you have to support Ukraine in the fair fight against aggressor. And the rest are just phrases. The conflict is simple. There is an aggressive Russia that attacked Ukraine. So there is the aggressor and there is the victim. Mr. Okamura, the floor is yours. I do not agree what was said about the agreement between the Czech Republic and the USA. The government of Petra Fiala allows the US to use Czech facilities and buildings, and we say clear no to the presence of foreign armed forces in the Czech Republic. It's not an agreement about cooperation. It's a contract about future presence of US armed forces in the Czech Republic. I do apologize. I will interrupt you because the DCA will be the topic that we are about to discuss later on. Do you have any other points you would like to mention? Well, I would like to finish my idea. Because this agreement is for 10 years, you cannot terminate it. And then there is the suggestion that the constitution should be amended. That's Article 43, that the government, without the approval of the parliament, can send out Czech armed forces abroad if the security reasons demand that. I hope it's good that there is no constitutional majority of this government in the parliament. On behalf of SPD, I say we want peace, not war. And the words of Prime Minister who said that the Czech Republic is in war, let's invite him not to lie to us. The Czech Republic is not in war. Mr. Vondra, we have to say it clearly. Russia is an aggressor that attacked Ukraine. Ukraine is right to defend itself, and we should help Ukraine as Ukraine is fighting for us as well. If Ukraine would not stop Russia, there are other countries to come. And this perspective that we heard with General Eisenhower, I would understand it if somebody would be from Tokyo, but if you are from Prague, then I do not understand it. It's like giving advice to Eisenhower in the middle of an operation. As the chief commander, he would shake hands with Hitler. No, the war needs to be won, and then you can talk about peace. And in this respect, once Ukraine is successful, and we are looking for the guarantees for this country, we need to negotiate with Russia, because Russia is going to be with us here also in the future. We just remember 250 years when Chancellor Metternich was born. He was the greatest diplomat in the European history. But you cannot see people talking about him. And there are huge challenges. But now we need to win the war. We cannot collaborate with the aggressor. So what would you agree and disagree with? I have to say that the representatives of political parties should actually realize that you shouldn't lie. If you hear us speaking here, partially also the opposition, we have very similar opinion, and Tomio Okamura uses misleading statements and lies, and we should stop that. We could argue about many issues, about our national issues, but we should not allow that when talking about issues of key importance. Well, the idea of Tomio Okamura is, if my neighbor takes a quarter of my garden, then bullies my children, rapes my wife, then destroys my house, and I should then go to my neighbor and ask him, keep the garden, but could you please do it differently? This discussion is absurd. Also taking into account the experience of the Czech Republic of 1939-68, there are moments when you have aggressor that does not comply any rules. Then you have to respond adequately, and you have to win the war. And you cannot win the war by words, but only by actions. And this is the greatest discrepancy, and let's use proper names. Would Mrs. Hajnová also agree with the examples stated by Mr. Jurečka? I would support this disagreement. I disagree that we should not help Ukraine. We heard it from Mr. President. We cannot close our eyes and not to see the aggression, because Ukraine is defending its freedom and independence, but also ours. And we have to support Ukraine because security cannot be taken for granted. And if I could express also agreement with adequate funding for the Czech army. I'm glad that we've heard several times that 2% of GDP as defense spending is the minimum level, and that there are countries that even have a higher limit. And I just hope that this commitment stays here in the future, because modernization of the army and keeping up with modern technologies is so important in the changing environment. Vice Chairman Havlíček. Well, if you want to win, we have to be united. I already said that Russia is an aggressor, full stop. We can discuss the reasons, but none of the reasons can justify the aggression and the barbarian nature and actions that we see in Ukraine. And if we do not agree, then God help us. Of course, we can discuss many issues, such as the kind of support, and it's perfectly all right. But I would add one more thing. If we want to be seen as a united front, so let's leave aside the tools that make us weak on the international arena. Let's be ironic, let's fight hardly, but let's not do it that those parties that we do not agree with will be put on billboards side by side with Putin, or those who disagree with our economic policy. We would say these are pro-Russian trolls, and that we would turn them into pro-Russian agents. It's not only a lie, but it makes it more difficult to find a common language and to be seen as united. So the Act on Defense Public, that is an important topic of past weeks and of this conference as well. Is it a sufficient engine to support modernization of the Czech army? The fact that we will have 2% of GDP defense spending. And I'll start with Hanna Hajnová. If it's self-sufficient, definitely not. There must be other steps. And we have to cooperate with our partners in the NATO. Also, there should be other supporting acts, such as the DCA. Also, it should be supported by our diplomats, as we are not only talking about the Russian aggression in Ukraine, but we also see the rise of China and the countries that attempt to destabilize the balance globally. And we should be ready to also deal with such situations. And I hope that the 2% defense spending would go hand in hand with increased funding on diplomacy, so that we are also present in other parts of the world, so that the conflict would not start also elsewhere in the world. Alexander Hondra, 2% of GDP defense spending, is that enough? We heard that perhaps we'll go beyond that. We heard about the example of Poland that is planning to spend 4%. So are we going to reach 2%, or are we going to follow Poland? Well, this year we will not even reach 2%, so we have to meet this objective. The government wants to reach it in 2 years, which is the right process. You cannot do it in 1 year, but then we'll see. The money is not the objective. It is the means to modernize our armed forces. And we have to do it as still part of the military equipment was made in Russia, such as the infantry fighting vehicles, tanks, etc. Thankfully, as we are speeding up this process, and the Czech army is being modernized. We need to base our efforts with the NATO, because we do not have sufficient deterrence potential with respect to Russia. We need our allies, and we can only have allies if they feel that they can rely on us. So it is the needed minimum, and it is the way to be able to defend ourselves, and also in cooperation with the allies. And one more thing, being a former diplomat, yes, I remember the years at the MFA, and it is the responsibility for just diplomatic talks. At the Ministry of Defense, you are responsible for dozens of thousands of lives and death. And if you have the courage, then it's good that we start with the modernization. And again, I want to thank the Defense Minister for starting with the modernization. Thank you.
Well, we've heard at the beginning that strengthening of the Czech diplomacy, as well as financial strengthening, should be part of our efforts. So do you think it's the right way at the time when the Czech Republic needs to save money? Well, it's always true that we need to save money, but at the right things. In our households, in our companies, we always try to save money there where it won't have a negative impact on our stability. And on my behalf, I must say that the 2% will not just give us some security, but it's just one piece of the puzzle that needs to be accompanied by many other things, be it education, fight against disinformation, our ability to be resilient also in the area of economy and so on, because we have to ask ourselves how important to be economically resilient, because imagine how we were dependent economically on Russia, and just imagine that China were an aggressor against, let's say, Taiwan. How are we going to react to that with regard to the dependence that we have on China in the area of technologies and so on? So we have to think a bit at various levels. We have to look at our weaknesses and see where we have to strengthen our weaker side. So we have to look for new allies, and one continent already has fallen. We can see that the leaders of Africa show how we didn't give enough importance to diplomacy in Africa, because the African leaders don't stand on the side of USA or Europe, which shows clearly that diplomacy is also very important, and it needs to be done well and efficiently and clearly. Mr. Okamura, 2% GDP spending for defense. Is it enough? Is it not enough? Is it too much? The SPD promotes modernization of the Czech army, but we want the Czech army to have a different strategy. We want the Czech army to prioritize or to focus on the security of the Czech citizens. We don't want it to be just a call for foreign missions. SPD was against increasing the defense budget by 48 billion. And we were the only political party which was against it. We are the only real opposition against Fiala's government in the Chamber of Deputies. And we think that, unfortunately, the Czech Republic does not have the necessary funds, because the Prime Minister's government is absolutely useless. We are in huge debt. The debt will be even higher. Will be high next year as well. We are at the brink of bankruptcy. We might go bust like Greece did, and now they even want to take another loan from the EU. So unfortunately, due to the useless government, we don't have the money for that. Of course, I wished we had a great army, but if we don't have enough money for mothers with children, how can we have enough money for weapons? And for SPD, the priority are its citizens. We want our citizens to have good lives and not to live in poverty. That's why we were the only political party that was against the increased defense budget. So we were against it. Mr. Havlicek, is it true what Mr. Okamura says when he says that you are not an authentic opposition because you didn't vote against the increase of GDP, of defense spending? I would like to say that ANO movement is the biggest political movement or political party in the Czech Republic, and we are a strong opposition. We don't grant anything for free to the government, but at the same time we want to be a constructive opposition, not a destructive opposition. We do not want to stand in opposition at any cost. When we talk about the 2% GDP spending, it's not about this amount or another amount. It's about how the money is spent. So if it's okay for me if it is 2.7% GDP if I know the money is spent wisely. So it's not really about the money. It's about spending the money wisely, about investing it, because it's not about buying something that we do not want to have, some military equipment that we do not need. It's about buying what we need, making wise acquisitions, and reaching the 2% GDP spending gradually. So it's not just about it's not about spending the money at any cost and regardless of what it is spent for. We need to make wise choices in terms of investments. We should think think twice about whether it should be public procurement or G2G, because this is also widely discussed. And currently, let's just build on something, on the strategy that's already on paper. We should update the acquisition plan of the Czech army, and we should make sure that the industry that I've mentioned before we need to make sure that the industry is involved in the acquisition and in the supplies, and the industry needs to be able to prepare for it. So we need to plan ahead so that our industry is ready for it and we don't buy overpriced products from abroad. So yes, we should increase the spending, but spend the money wisely. Mr. Rakušan, could you react to what we've heard so far? Should the Czech Republic give 2% GDP on defense? Should it happen gradually, or should we accelerate our efforts? And is the Czech Republic able to use the money wisely? As regards the 2% commitment, it's already here. The government committed to meeting the 2% GDP spending requirement. And it's very important because we as the Czech Republic, regardless of what part of economic cycle we find ourselves at, we need to make sure that we give enough money on defense, because the world is a dangerous place. It is a more dangerous place than we thought it was. The danger is not theoretical. The danger is imminent, and it's a sad reality that we all, as politicians, need such a huge wake-up call, such a huge event to actually force us to make such an important strategic decision. And I've mentioned that we cannot really divide our external and internal security. So where the money is directed is also very important. We've managed to, go beyond partisan lines or departmental lines. We are able to now cooperate across individual ministries. And in the Czech Republic, we have for instance, we have the fire rescue service included in some contracts that are part of the increased defense spending. So there are also some specialized firefighter equipment. There is some specialized firefighter equipment that could be funded from this budget. All this should be included in the defense, because there is one defense. There's just one defense. There is not such a thing as an external or internal defense, and therefore I'm grateful for Minister Černochová that we finally were able to, go beyond and across the borders of individual ministries, of individual departments, and simply start funding projects that will increase the sense of security for the citizens of the Czech Republic, which is the most important thing. Senator, the Czech Republic was critically underfunded, as the General Čechka mentioned. So 2% GDP spending, is it enough to catch up with the gap that was here in the past? Well, of course, I would like to remind you that the Czech Republic pledged when it became a NATO member that it would give 2% GDP on defense, and a good partner keeps the promises that it made. So that's why I think we should give such money to the GDP. I know that our partners very much appreciate, our allies appreciate our troops, our military, for their bravery, for their preparedness, for their expertise. But then it's a shame if sometimes our allies had to help us in terms of material, equipment, and so on. So then therefore, I think that we should increase the spending so that our troops can have up-to-date equipment and so on. So, of course, we need to increase the number of troops, so increase the headcount. So thank you. That was the most important topic of the previous days. And now we will discuss the topic of our defense cooperation agreement, or the defense cooperation with the US. So, Minister Havlíček, there is a question regarding how the ANO MPs will vote. So, should the Czech Republic ratify the DCA with the United States the way it is written now? Well, first of all, we need to say that we will provide our final position in the days to come. But I can say that ANO movement thinks that we have to meet our alliance or alliance commitments to our allies. So that's in this regard, our position is clear. We should do so in the good times and the bad alike. But it doesn't mean that we should resign on confident negotiations. And I think that our position wasn't confident. And there are many questions left that should be communicated actively. And it is not something that opposition can do. It is the coalition that has to do it. It has the necessary tools. It has the money for it. It has the team of people for it. And it should now explain this agreement, especially since it is being signed in the times of war, because then disinformation campaigns get into the mix and are very active, even more so than they are in peaceful times. So, of course, it's not good to talk about, not meeting our commitments vis-à-vis NATO, but we should have a conversation about the DCA and about what is being signed, what was negotiated. We should have a discussion about it in the parliament and in the public. And we have some major reservations, and we think that the government isn't communicating the DCA well. If it were in peaceful times, perhaps it wouldn't be the debate wouldn't be so emotional. But we are in times of war. Mr. Jurečka, does the government communicate too little, too late? Yes. Well, I think that as the Prime Minister, Minister of Defense, myself, we are trying to communicate the need for the DCA because defense is one of the top priorities of the Czech Republic. And this agreement, the DCA, is one of the important tools. And I would like to emphasize what was mentioned here some 15 minutes ago. It is not an agreement about, U.S. troops being deployed automatically here in our territory. It is an agreement about setting the rules for a scenario when we would need such a deployment. So if ever there's a time when we need the U.S. troops to be deployed here, we have clearly set rules for such a scenario. And it's one of the prerequisites for the security of the eastern flank. And if a few thousand kilometers away from us we have a madman who's bombing a dam or a hydropower plant and so on, it's important to have insurance policy and be ready in case things get even worse. So, yes, this is definitely a step towards an increased security of the Czech Republic in case it is ever needed in the future. But it is not something that says automatically that U.S. troops can be deployed in our territory. No, in that case, we would always be bound by our legislation, by our constitution, including the approval of both chambers of the parliament.
I can see from gestures of Mr. Okamura that he disagrees. Mr. Jurečka confirmed here that the DCA concluded between the Czech Republic and the USA, signed by the Ministry of Defense, allows for the presence of US armed forces and using of buildings and facilities in the Czech Republic. Our movement is against it. We are the only parliamentary party that is against it. We are the only opposition party in that, and I am proud of saying that openly. I would also say that this DCA allows US to use military buildings and facilities at various airport bases in the Czech Republic. The US forces would be able to use the barracks and some other facilities. They would be allowed to build their own buildings and facilities. And the problem is that if the DCA is ratified, we are going to vote against. We are against, and we will vote like that. So if it is ratified, the US forces will be able to move around the country freely and could also bring movables to the country to store ammunition on the territory of the country. And there is a limited ability to control these buildings and facilities, as the regime, the mode will be very similar to embassies. And not all the NATO countries have concluded it, so only 24 countries, so not all of them. And our movement, SPD, is against the DCA. It is not an agreement on cooperation. It's an agreement on future presence of U.S. armed forces in the Czech Republic. And then the amendment to the constitution will change it even more so that the government can, within 60 days, send out and accept also foreign armed forces. And you can actually send out Czech army to Ukraine because that will widen the purposes. So we will be against that, and that's the clear position of SPD. And we are not ashamed of our position. Now, a representative of the government should respond. Mr. Rakušan, is that a free check that the Czech Republic signed and delivered to the U.S. armed forces? I think that, yes, we should discuss that, but the statement by Mr. Okamura do not contribute to the debate in any way, because, in fact, it is an agreement between two allies, between the Czech Republic and the USA. We have the Russian imperial ambition that still wants to get to the area that was under the influence of Soviet Union. So by securing our security, being a responsible member of the NATO and having the DCA with the US, similarly to Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, Bulgaria, Slovakia, and other countries, that's an example of the fact that that is an agreement important not only for the country as a whole, but also for its citizens. It's a presidential international agreement, and both chambers of the parliament need to ratify it. So the agreement will be ratified by the two chambers, and I'm sure, and I can guess from the discussion here, there will be a lengthy discussion in the parliament. The agreement as such does not grant any authority to anybody to reside in the Czech Republic, as that is still in the hands of the parliament based on Article 43 of the Constitution of the Czech Republic. And also entry to the Czech Republic is not that easy, and there are rules that need to be observed. It does not mean free movement of the troops, of foreign troops. Please do not scare the citizens in vain. And your comment, Mr. Černin, I do not want to argue with Mr. Okamura, but the DCA will allow for more intensive military cooperation between the Czech Republic's armed forces and the USA, and 24 member countries of NATO actually concluded a similar agreement, including our neighbors. And this agreement is also discussed by the Swedes and the Finns that are fresh members, or Finland is the fresh member of NATO. So it's not about building U.S. military bases in the Czech Republic. And as for movement of U.S. troops, if they are here, then the Czech jurisdiction would apply. Deputy Chairwoman, should the Czech Republic ratify the DCA, and should it be perhaps ratified years ago? For me, the answer is yes, definitely yes. And I would start perhaps by thanking Karel Havlíček, the strongest opposition party. They do not doubt it, and I think that this is a strong impulse that could help us to fight with the disinformation scene. The transatlantic relations are of priority importance. USA is a strategic partner for us. If you recall, the first president after the Velvet Revolution, you could perhaps remember his position, and the USA play an important role, a key role within the NATO, and we are a member state and we are active. And I am glad that the current Czech government is so active in this area. The next topic, AI, a major breakthrough that fascinate the Czech society and also give rise to hopes and also worries. Do you think that the progress in AI could represent a major security threat? And the first question goes to Vít Rakušan. I do apologize to Alexandra Vondra. We will actually let him discuss the DCA. Well, Martin Jonáš doesn't like our political party. It's not a joke, I thinking in the long run, but I will also like to comment on the DCA. I think it's right that it was signed. I believe that both the chambers of the parliament will ratify it, and I would join in what we've heard by Mr. Havlíček. Yes, there are two important things at play. Cohesion of NATO. We need NATO and we need Americans. Without their capacities, Europe without the USA, without the transatlantic aspect, will not make it. So we need to be able to cooperate with the Americans. The Czech Republic also is procuring US technologies, and we should be happy that Ukraine is fighting instead of us, that we do not have the front line here in this country. And last but not least, the DCA is an agreement that has been signed by all of the relevant member state of NATO. It is quite an asymmetric country, but we are only a 10 million country, and on the other side you have 300 million country, the USA. And of course, this is just a fact. It's not about having a better agreement. It's about this agreement or no agreement. And if no agreement, then we would put another nail into the coffin of NATO. So, Mr. Rakušan, I would like to comment on the topic of AI. The AI phenomenon last year, and it's only a year, would not be discussed at a security conference. It was something that we knew was around, but then the development was much faster than what experts predicted. We have something that doctors were so surprised because they say that the AI is able to have much better diagnostic capabilities than internal doctors. AI actually is around us in all the layers. It means a threat to many professions, but also it is relevant for security. It is a topic that is global, and the Czech Republic cannot have the ambition to resolve the problem on its own. But we should actively participate in all the global initiatives that focus either on regulation or creating framework for AI. The Ministry of Interior was one of the ministries that actively participated in commenting the European directive. And on behalf of the Czech Republic, we had many comments because there is a discussion about privacy, about the monitoring systems in streets that will not only be able to recognize faces, there will be systems that will be able to recognize emotions, their mood, based on all sorts of experience, and that could perhaps prevent a terrorist attack. But on the other hand, do we want our personal rights to be affected in such a way that not only our face would be recognized, but also our mood and emotions? The debate will not be easy. We have created a work task at the ministry quite early that includes many experts on this topic. We focus on the security aspect, possible regulation, but we also act as the sort of coordinating entity, and together with the Ministry of the Industry and Trade and the Ministry of Education, we want to come up with a uniform approach. I would like to introduce this topic as part of the next presidency of the Portuguese presidency, and I want to discuss not only the opportunities but also threats. The risks are huge, potential is huge, and the Czech Republic must be there. Vice Chairman, is AI a threat? Well, this is a topic very close to my heart because I was the initiator of the strategy for the Czech Republic, and I talked and we created a strategy. We had a wonderful team, and we showed opportunities and threats, and we also had people who would be able to participate. And I'm really sorry and I'm angry that this government looks at AI as a declaratory issue. So please do something with Minister Sikala to take AI as one of the flagship. It's a pity that we are losing our position, because AI in the area of security is important, not only in the area of face recognition or recognition of voice or what we see, but it's also a risk. Because as we can identify, we could be identified, it is a huge threat in case of cyber security. And it's also about spreading of disinformation, because these people are able to use AI, and if we underestimate it, if we do not work at the level of extraordinary support of R&D, if we actually got to a certain position, it was because we had great researchers in Brno at the Technical University. Now we have 106 large R&D projects, and ask how many of them are related to AI. Not a single one, and that's a shame. We have to change our approach.
Should the Czech Republic try to regulate AI, perhaps even so at the EU level? What should the regulation look like? I think that regulation, there should be some form of regulation, because AI, as we've heard, brings ample opportunities. AI is developing quicker than we managed to discuss it, but it brings also with itself some risks. Let's look to China, what the AI can do. For instance, their social credit system could be used as a deterrence example, as a negative example of how the AI should be or could be used. So we should definitely have a framework for transparent use of AI, of these new technologies, in order order to make sure that they are not abused, be it to, break human rights or use illegal business practices and so on. And that's why I'm glad that, for instance, the European Parliament is already discussing the topic of AI and has already adopted its position. And I think that the Czech Republic should be very active in discussing the final draft of the Act on AI. Well, Minister, how do you think the AI regulation should look? I think that when it comes to AI, we could say the same. We could say what we say about fire, that it's a good servant but bad master. And it's up to us to what extent we will keep our common sense and make sure that AI is not abused. When we look at the opportunities, and I want to say to my colleague, Mr. Havlicek, that the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, we already use AI in our agenda systems, and we plan to use it even more. This will bring also many changes to the labour market, because as was already mentioned here, some professions with the onset of AI will basically cease to exist. Some new positions will then appear, so it will bring major changes to the labor markets, and it will also mean society-wide changes, and we have to be prepared for them. Of course, we cannot clearly define these changes. The time will show us what the situation will be, but we should look for, or we should set the right maintenance or rules so that the AI can help us, can be used, but cannot be misused. Mr. Vondra, as a member of the European Parliament, should we strive for AI regulation? Could it pose a threat to the whole EU? And is it enough? Shouldn't it be a global effort? We voted on it during the latest plenum in Strasbourg, a plenary meeting in Strasbourg. And just as my colleague said, it's a good servant but a bad master. So it brings ample opportunities, but also poses serious risks. And I think that in the future we cannot avoid any form of regulation. But the question is to what extent the regulation should, or how. We need to make sure that the regulation will not suffocate the development of AI. I think that it's, of course, it would be a good idea to have a global regulation, but I think it's out of question. Globalization will lag behind, and I think it's we don't have the necessary conditions to have a global AI regulation. I think a multipolar world is ahead of us, and the driving force will not be the EU Commission or its institutions. It will be business and armies of those of superpowers or countries such as Israel, simply countries that have very high or very robust defense budgets. The EU tried to vote on AI regulation, and it tried to already introduce some form of regulation. We, as the Civic Democrats MEPs, were the only one who was against it. Ano abstained, and the rest were in favor of it, of the proposal. And I think that this is very dangerous, because if we go down this road, and yes, the EU is the master of regulation of source, I think that it will have huge implications for both the security and defense industry. We will have our hands tied if we introduce regulation, whereas China, US, and Russia, who are already ahead of us, in the area of software, batteries, and so on, as well as AI, will continue their development further. So our hands will be tied by regulation in the EU, whereas China and the US will continue, and that's where the devil in the detail is hidden. So we shouldn't, start our conversation on any topic by, wanting to regulate it. Do you think that the AI is a threat for the SPD? Well, the SPD is in favor of new technologies development, including the AI, but at the same time we emphasize the fact that these new technologies could be abused. And in this regard, Prime Minister Fiala's government has zero confidence from us. Mr. Rakusan talked about the application of new technologies for security. Well, first of all, I think you are mistaken in terms of cause and effect. Because one of the main causes is your migration policy the migration pact of the EU that you adopted without even discussing it with us. There's a huge increase in migration. Well, okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm not really sure whether this topic is related to this question. Well, Minister Rakusan talked about it. I also thought that Minister Rakusan talked about something that's not the topic today, but he talked about it, so I'm reacting to his remarks. So Minister Fiala is misusing AI for opinions that are against his government. So disinformation is the same thing, because if you hear an opinion that's in line with yours, you call it disinformation and you're done. And so I think that the current government is actually using AI this way. Mrs. Jourova is now saying that Commissioner Jourova is saying that she wants to ban Twitter if Twitter and Elon Musk don't do what the EU wants. So these are declarations that cause concern. And if I go into detail, modern technologies, yes, AI, yes, but not in the hands of the neo-Marxist elites that rule the EU, because it's a great danger in their hands for the freedom of all citizens in the EU. Senator, do you perceive AI as a threat to our security? Well, when it comes to AI, our enemies declared war on us long ago, even before the attack on Ukraine. So I think it's absolutely crucial and necessary to look for solutions at the level of EU. The fact that the EU made a huge progress in this regard is positive, and it's important to look for systems that will prevent the spread of disinformation. So, ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to open the floor for you. Do you have a question for one of the panelists? If not, then I would like to ask you another question. Throughout today's conference, as well as during the closed meeting of the top heads of Czech security community, we've heard that if we want to catch up with the world defense community, we need to promote startups and competences in these areas, especially in the private sector, because most of the competences are in the private sector in this area. Do you think we are ready to, make private companies partners of the Czech government in terms of security, national security? Well, I think we have no other choice, because let's not think that the restart of our economy will be done by our government. It won't. It needs to be done by the businesses, by the employers and the employees who make the added value, who are those who innovate. And the role of the state is to create the maintenance for them to be the jury, to be the one who helps them play fair. So, but we need to set some rules, and if it goes out of our hands, it dangerous tools for those who compete with us, such as China, or those who will fatally misuse it for their own profit, which I think would be a huge catastrophe, because of course the state as well as the EU have on their disposal tools that could be used for our benefits, but that could also at the same time be used against us. Is the pirate party ready to take the next step to make private companies not only subcontractors in the area of national security, but also some of the partners in the area of national security? Well, I think that it's not up to the political parties to make this decision. I think that it's based on a dialogue, and I hope that we will have a dialogue at the level of the government as well as at the level of individual citizens, so that it's clear to what extent the private sector could or should be involved. And I think that the state has such a wide agenda that, just like Minister Havlicek said, we cannot do it without the private sector. And I would demonstrate it on one clear example from recent history. When we talk about history, we usually mean police or military or army, but today when we talk about security, it's also about energy security, and we can see the crucial role of the energy sector in this area, such as the tender for the next unit of the NPP in Dukovany. And I remember how the previous government said that the security report on the involvement of Russia is exaggerated, and it proved that it was not. So it's crucial for us to pick the right companies, the right partners, and that it should be hand in hand with our security. Minister, over the past months, there was a petition by experts on IT or AI who asked to stop AI development so that the world can get ready to regulate AI. Would you be in favor of such a step to pause AI development? Well, I am afraid that some things cannot be stopped. They just happen. And I think that it is not within the power of any government, any institution to stop such development. On the contrary, I think that the development needs to be used to the maximum benefit of all of us, to the maximum benefit of the democratic world. And I think that for the Czech government or the EU and NATO, I think it's clear that there are not two worlds in the security area, in the ability to have, a resilient economy. There's not just one government world and one private business world. These two worlds are very interconnected. And when we look at in the US or in Israel, we can see that they have many strategic partnerships with great benefits. So hopefully this will also be something that will serve as an inspiration for us. At the same time, the partnership with businesses and private sector brings benefit or is beneficial also to our citizens, because we can see that these things are interlinked, and they cause or they bring positive development for the whole society. Whether we talk about the development of AI or military equipment, if we simply use these things right, we can see the benefits quite clearly. And one last remark. In terms of security from the point of view of China in the future, I think that these countries I think that in the EU we need to have clear strategies so that we know how we want to decrease our dependence on key components or minerals or raw materials from China, because what we've heard over the past months, we can see that we cannot be dependent on these countries as we were last year.
I would again paraphrase the words that were said by Chief of Staff of the Czech Armed Forces, Mr. Řehka. Let's talk openly about mobilization, what that means, because it's not only the responsibility of the Czech army, but of the whole society. Things like conscription. Of course, we have a professional army, but it's not an issue for the army, but for the whole society, because it costs money, and these are taxpayers' money. So we as a society as a whole decide about it. And if it's not perceived as a topic for all, then the Czech army will be just a few professionals without support that is needed. And as for AI, definitely it would need to be regulated. But we do not want to regulate it to death at the very beginning, and this is a bad European habit. Actually, last week, at one of the birthday parties, I met a person. I will not tell you the name, but he is a person who is deemed to be an expert on this topic. I am an amateur, and he writes for various dailies. And when I asked him whether it could be regulated, he told me no. And then was the second question, well, Elon Musk and those others who called for regulation. And he said, well, the big guys, they have the solutions, and they do not want the competitors from startup to join in. Is that like that? Is it true? And he said it might be true. So that's how I see this. Deputy Chairman, I would like to ask you about the participation of the Czech society in military issues. Would you agree how this topic is discussed within public, and the topics introduced by Chief of Staff? Your chairman says that it's just scaring the whole general public by these topics. Now it works. The Chief of Staff is here present, so perhaps he could comment on that. Well, my position is that strong words should be presented by politicians, because they then are accountable for their words, and they should then deliver the messages that are either pleasant or less pleasant. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for taking part in this exclusive panel. I think that to a great degree of consent, we talked about important security topics. And now the final address will be delivered by Zbigněk Pavlačík from Jagello 2000. The floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for your active participation, in particular during this traditional final panel of our conference. At the very beginning, or since the very beginning of 2014, we strive to support interaction between experts and politicians, because without the expertise and then political support, you cannot build anything, even our security. And that's why I would like to thank all the representatives of the political parties and movements for accepting our invitations, as we believe this is the right way how to inform the expert and general public about the development of political ideas about the current security issues. Our 10th edition of the conference is coming to its end. Not the conference as such, but the program, because I would like to also invite you to a traditional glass of wine that is hosted by Ray Service. I would like to also thank all our partners. Without your support, we would not be able to organize this conference, and that is the Ministry of the Interior, Czechoslovak Group, Lockheed Martin, CZ Group, and Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. I would like to invite you to our next conference on the 12th of March 2024. It will be an anniversary of our membership in NATO, and we will focus on what we heard from Prime Minister Rakušan, and that is that there is only one security, and I look forward to meeting you next year.